Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drink.
Patriots held their first pre-Super Bowl practice indoors in Foxborough yesterday. Drake May was listed as limited with a sore right throwing shoulder. 3 players didn't participate, including Harold Landry, who missed the AFC Championship game, linebacker Robert Spillane, and offensive lineman Thayer Munford. Mike Vrabel's been to a few championship games. He's trying to lead his young team through this one.
Trying to break the days up and when how much they are working and when they're off and the time that they're going to have, but also focused on trying to keep the normal schedule as close to possible as we can make it.
The team will be back out there again late this morning. In other Patriots news, Vrabel was voted the Sporting News' NFL Coach of the Year. Bruins have now won 9 straight home games. They beat Philadelphia last night 6-3 at TD Garden. Casey Middlestat and Fraser Minton had a goal and 2 assists apiece. The Bruins now only have 2 games left before their Olympic break. The next game is outdoors Sunday night against Tampa Bay at Raymond James Stadium. Also, Elias Lindholm missed last night's game. He's day-to-day with an upper body injury. Pavel Zacha didn't finish last night's game with an upper body injury of his own. Celtics continue their 4-game homestand against Sacramento tonight. Jaylen Brown's been listed as doubtful with a tight hamstring and a right knee contusion. Starting center Neemias Queta is expected back after missing a game with an illness. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. And ESPN reported yesterday the Lakers are expected to ask LeBron James to take a pay cut next summer. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
The Patriots, the Seahawks, Super Bowl 60 will be heard here.
He's got the first down.
The home of the AFC champion New England Patriots, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
Toucher
You might hate me, but you're listening.
and Hardy
Don't bother me. I'm at the Pickle Palace.
on 98.5.
I know what I'm capable of.
He said something about peanut butter, right?
Yeah, boning, baby. Make America nut again.
That's gross. That's disgusting.
Let's talk about cheese.
What are you going to have for lunch?
I was at dinner with my wife and a friend.
Kitty, kitty, pussy, kitty, kitty, kitty. Flap, flap, flap.
Shut up, I'm trying to talk to Paul.
Toucher and Hardy
Good luck trying to put your finger in it when there's a million holes.
on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Let's go.
All right. Yeah. Score. Sweet nectar. Yeah.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are Toucher and Hardy, Town Fair Tire Studios, 617-779-0985. You can watch us on YouTube. Subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. If you're ever missing the show, you can watch us there. You can download us wherever you download podcasts. Danny Roach is in for Hardy today. I talked to Hardy a little bit yesterday because Seinfeld is back on Comedy Central, so it's a very exciting time. I saw that yesterday. They had a whole day of Seinfeld on Comedy Central, so I texted him. And he said that he was on the deck of his, because, he's trapped in the boat. He was on the deck of his room trying to read, and there was 2 guys recording a podcast on their deck right next to him. And he wanted to throw them overboard.
What kind of podcast?
Who cares? Who cares?
Just on a boat? All right.
Yeah. So they were doing that. So, I'm sure you'll hear about it. I'm sure it will come to your attention. It will be on the news or something. So they were doing a podcast, which is very rare. So they had that going for them. I had an interesting day yesterday. I shouldn't have gone, but I had these plans for a long time. So I went to the Bruins game last night despite being under the weather. And so I go to the Bruins game, and it's good. And then after the game, it's really cold. And, getting a ride share out of there is not easy. We have to walk and, find a place to, walk into and wait for the ride share. So I'm good at negotiating with the cab driver that's out in front. So I negotiate with the cab driver, and he gets us in, and he takes like Sturo back to Newton, and then we're on Route 9, not far from my house, and there's a guy just stopped in the middle of Route 9, and our guy slams into him.
Oh,
and he is not happy. So he gets out.
Everybody okay?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't going fast. I mean, he stopped, but I mean, it's negative 100 outside. I mean, you're not going to be able to just stop your car. And he couldn't get over a lane because I don't know why the guy was stopped in the middle of Route 9. I don't know why he was stopped in a lane at 10 o'clock at night on Route 9, 10:15 at night on Route 9. I mean, in my opinion, it was the other guy's fault, but what are you going to do? And so our cab driver gets out and he starts freaking out. And so I'm with a friend of mine. I'm like, oh boy, this is going to be great. They're going to fight. Like, this is going to be, and so now you're just hoping for a fight. But it was bad because it was 10 o'clock. We were right by like the street, like that in Chestnut Hill. So we're like a mile from my house. So there's no way I was walking that. And then I was trying to think, like, Shake Shack was probably closed.
Yeah.
The movie theater might have had like the door open because then.
But still, that's a 100-yard walk or 200. I mean, it's a long walk.
That would have been fine. But
Okay.
it's just I couldn't have walked home.
Yeah.
But and so he gets out. The other guy gets out of his car. Now I can't really see because it's like a van, and I can't see what's going on back there. But I can hear them screaming and yelling at each other.
Oh boy.
And I'm like, oh, please, please fight. Me and the other person are like, oh, please, please, please get in a fight. Please get in a fight. And he comes back into the car, and I had agreed to pay him $80 cash to drive me back to Newton, which is a lot. But, I mean, I didn't want to wait for a ride share. There's one cab. He asked for 100. I said, I don't have 100. I'll give you 80. I didn't want to screw around with 60. 60 is usually what I think the going rate to get back at that time of night. But so I said I'd give him 80. And he gets back in the car and he's like, give me the $80. He was like, can you give me the $80? And so I give him the $80. And the other guy was like, give me $100 and we'll just leave. And so for whatever reason, the guy that was driving my cab gave the other driver $100 and then we took off.
Wow.
But
was there much damage to the cab?
I don't know. He was really pissed and like bitching about it. I was close to my house, so like it didn't take him long to get.
How was your ride to the house? Did he go 100 miles an hour screaming and yelling and everything?
No, he was just like super pissed and not pissed enough. There was a tipping point. Like I really thought they were gonna fight, and there's traffic on Route 9, and it's down to 2 lanes because they push all the snow into like one of those other lanes. Like there's no shoulder of the road.
Right.
Yep.
So, like, when he got out of the car, I thought he might get hit by a car. I mean, he was really mad. And so I didn't want him to get hit by a car, but I definitely wanted him to fight. And, he was, I mean, what was he going to do? I mean, he just given the other guy $100 and the other guy, and, the ethnic slurs and everything else. And I don't know what, origin where my driver was from, but he was not happy from where the other guy was from. He was not too happy about that. But
wow, quite an experience going on.
No, but if I'm in,
but if you would have told me those guys were from the same place,
right,
like or of the same heritage, I would have agreed. So I thought it was kind of funny that he was going like on this tirade about the guy, because it's like I would have guessed you guys were from the same area. Like I have no
Irish
idea.
Catholics from North Andover,
That's right.
Exactly it. Yes.
He's like, do you know Dan Roach? And it was but that's always disappointing.
I would have felt the same way. Otherwise, you're going to be bored just sitting there watching them have a quiet conversation.
Fight would have been awesome.
Yeah, it would have been really good.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
all for it.
He hit him going like 10.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like you, Dan. I thought it was a higher rate of speed where you had to stop short and hit him. Okay.
No. Like 10 or 15 miles an hour. Like, he was skidding. Like, he had slowed down, tried to get over a lane, but couldn't get it over a lane. If he would have gone over to the other lane, I think we would have been in like a bad accident, like a worse accident.
Oh, all right.
Because the guy in the other lane obviously was probably going like 50.
So if you were going only about 10 miles an hour.
No, he was going fast, but then he hit the brake.
No, what I'm saying is at the point of impact, he wasn't going that fast. Why should he give the other driver $100?
I don't know.
It doesn't sound like there was a lot of damage.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know why this all went on.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why he gave him money. I honestly don't know why he gave him money. And I asked him, I'm like, because he rolled down my window when the other guy came up to the car and was like, I have witnesses. And I'm like, this guy's gonna swing at me. And then I thought, no, he's not. He's not gonna swing at me. And then, but he rolled down my window.
Jeez.
Let's put it this way: it was not an intimidating group of men. It wasn't. No. I didn't feel it in any danger. Like, no one pulled out a gun or anything. I realized quickly when the other guy came up to the car that there was, that's where he got his $100, is that there wasn't going to be any kind of fisticuffs. But if you're being delayed like that and you wanna, I think it's kind of funny too. He asked me for the $80 when he got in an accident. But I suppose I owe it to
Could
him
have been
anyway.
a Kramer and Grossbart thing in Seinfeld, right? Remember this face? Remember? You owe me money. Remember when Kramer gets on the plane? His former roommate. In the airplane episode.
Huh? No, I don't.
That? No?
Well, now I got to know.
He was just like Kramer saw this guy in the airport as they were going through the airport. He was taking George to the airport.
Oh, yeah. He didn't get on the airplane, though.
Well, I don't know if he got on he might have got on the plane, and he said, remember me? Remember me? Kept looking at his face. You owe me money.
Is that when George is with the serial killer?
Have a nice life.
Oh, okay.
Sentence, that is.
Okay. All right, very good. No,
Sorry.
I didn't remember
Sorry
that.
to bring the room down.
No, the only reason I stopped is because I thought I had an encyclopedic knowledge of Seinfeld, but I don't remember Kramer getting on the plane, but I don't doubt that it happened. All right. Well, anyway, it's been a long time since I've seen a fight that up close, and it didn't happen, so that's very disappointing to me. But I had to go to the game. I probably shouldn't have gone because of how run down I've been and how I had the flu, but I had made these plans a long time ago. But I saw your Boston Bruins.
Seats were good, I'm assuming?
Well, they weren't my seats. They were someone else's seats. They were in the 300 section, which I hadn't been in a long time, but I didn't mind that because they were in like the second row. And you can see, like, from above. I haven't seen that angle of a game in a long time, which I kind of enjoyed.
Those seats are sneaky good. First 5 rows of the 300 section, anywhere between the two blue lines, might be the best seat in the house.
See, I like that in football, and no one agrees with me. Like, my son is of the mind that, like, those aren't good seats. But my favorite seats at a football stadium are 50-yard line, first row of the upper deck. Those are my favorite seats because you can see everything. That's why all 22 film is filmed at that area because
you can see every part of the play.
Yeah, so you can see everything that's going on.
I like the end zone seats. I always have.
Really?
I like sitting behind home plate for games. I like end zone seats at football games just so you can see.
The end zone seats are unbelievably bad.
Yeah, what happens when the play's down the other end?
You can still watch the guys go.
Oh,
you
no.
Can't see anything.
Dan, that's not true at all.
Can't see anything when the play's down at the other end.
That is one of the most remarkable opinions I've ever heard in my entire life. You enjoy end zone seats.
A little bit different. You know?
In terms of stadium seating?
Like 25 rows up, just looking down. I like that view.
But I remember I was at a Jets-Patriots game at Foxborough, and they were all excited because they gave me end zone seats, and it was the end zone where you're not even on the ground, like it's that elevated.
Oh,
end
yeah.
zone.
With it now, it has the club down there.
Lofton
Yes,
Club?
that's right.
And Zach Wilson got hurt in the game, and I couldn't have told you if he got hurt. I couldn't have told you what happened, and it was an injury, so they didn't show a replay. So Milo and I just left. I'm like, if we both went, like, well, if we don't know what's going on, what the hell's the point of being here? Like, if I can't even tell, like, all I know is trainers went on the field. I didn't know who was hurt. I didn't know who was down. Trainers came on the field, and then, like, we had to, like, ask around, and everyone was like, I think Zach Wilson's hurt. And I was like, oh, great. Well, thank God I'm here. Because I thought because Milo was younger, I thought at least if we were, like, in the front row of one of the end zones, they were free tickets, so whatever. But even if we were front row of the end zone, at least like players would be close and he might enjoy that. But these were where you're already, just by design of the stadium, even if you're in the first row, you're 20 rows up. Terrible.
I had a discussion with a friend about where the best seats at an NFL game are, and his opinion was, and I agreed with it too, it's not the 50-yard line, it's between the 35 and the 40, because on the 50, you're always looking one way or another. The 40, if you're at the 40 or the 35, theoretically, you have a lot of play right in front of you.
Yeah, I sure. Like anything between the 40s, I suppose is the same. Dan, I do like being behind the plate at a baseball game. First of all, there's not. I mean, then you get the most bird's eye view of what's happening in most of the game, which is just pitching. You know, so like that's right. I enjoy that. But the best seats at a baseball game are about 4 seats out one of the dugouts, and in Fenway, always visitors dugout. Because the seats by the visitors dugout much more comfortable. I don't know the last time you've rubbed elbows with the masses at a Red Sox game, but on the first base side, those seats are very. I don't know what the hell the deal is, but those are not good seats, like physically not good seats. Yeah. The ones by the third base dugout are good, and may I suggest this. If you ever get a chance to see Otani get by the visitors' dugout, especially if you like Asian women, because they roll down about 200 deep in between every inning to when he
oh really
when he's pitching to like hold signs and scream at him, and he will not even look up. He will not look up. There, it's quite a scene. It's a little mini Beatle-esque. There's just
he's a rock star.
Yeah, and especially like in the Asian community. I mean, I've never seen anything like that at a game. 200 women, like that without fail, like whenever he's coming off the field, all like go down and start screaming and yelling and like holding up signs.
Well, you talk about why the Dodgers have such a huge payroll. I heard this, and I have to look to the exact numbers, but I heard like they get $300 million a year Japanese TV rights fee.
Oh, really?
The Dodgers, just because of Otani.
Well, you know that's why the Toronto was so in on him is because the company that owns the media company or the telephone company, Rogers, that owns Toronto, was trying to get a deal done in Japan, and so they were trying to facilitate it by using Otani. Exactly.
Come to the meeting show, hey.
Yeah. Well, I was listening on the way into the speculation about how long baseball will not be played in 2027.
What did they say?
That it's going to come down to revenue sharing or a salary cap, and that's going to take months and months and months and months and months of not having baseball.
I don't think they're going to play it all next season. After next season, I don't think they're going to play it all. They're going to take a year off.
Mouth.
The players have already started. They're really angry about even a whiff of discussing a salary cap, and the owners are going to die on that hill this time.
Well, if I was, and it's funny because pros are like around now because it's winter, and so I've seen major leaguers like around a little bit. Like I've probably seen like 10 of them. And the guys I'm seeing aren't, Bryce Harper and stuff like that. It's in this guy's best interest to get a salary cap. in a salary floor.
The floor is a big part.
So, like, just anyone who doesn't think that's true, the Callahans of the world, who I'm still very angry at his ignorance about this. His take, Dan, was, well, the owners should just pay more money. And my take was, well, that's not happening.
No.
So let's, like, I hate that notion. And it's almost, I think it's generational. Like, a problem exists. You can't wish it away. Like, you can't just go, owners spend more money. That's not happening. There's a very real issue, but that's besides the point. Everyone who doesn't see what I'm saying, simply look up any team's payroll and look at the top 5 salaries and then look at everyone else. There's a lot of guys on major league teams, a lot on like the Yankees that aren't making $1 million. So if I'm in the union and I see Bryce Harper, who's, all tough guy,
right,
bowing up to everyone, F you. Like, no way. I want my piece of the pie. If they raise the floor and I go from making $750,000, $1 million, $1.2 million to making 2.5, that's what I want. If I'm a pitcher,
that's an infight between the owners too, because they don't want to have a floor. And you could say what you want about Red Sox ownership, but John Henry's paying how much to the Cincinnati Reds or the Tampa Bay Rays? How much of their money they just put in their pockets?
And that's another thing, is that the owners, the big market owners, aren't going to want to do the revenue, increase the revenue sharing. So, which I don't blame them. But then I will say this about the owners: if you're not willing to accept a floor to get a cap, then you truly don't care about winning, and then that's it. That's exceptionally difficult to sell, because if I do believe that if you have a cap, you got to have a floor.
Sure.
That just makes it fair. And that floor is not going to be economically feasible. Like, they're never going to make a scenario where these owners aren't making a lot of money. And if, like, there are teams that aren't willing to spend to that floor, then you don't deserve a cap.
The owners are pretty much united on. There are only 2 owners that don't care. It's the Mets and the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2. And signing, what's his name? Kyle Tucker apparently put whatever owners were on the Dodgers side of this, swung them to the other side after the Dodgers signed Tucker to that monster contract, because the Dodgers' payroll is over $400 million now.
It's not.
That's far and away a record.
And if you counted the deferred money, I'm sure it would even be higher. So it's just. It's a little ridiculous. All right, we'll take a break and we'll come back and catch you up with everything that happened last night.
More Toucher and Hardy on the...
in a good way, so I am going to try to remember that, as Adam was kind enough to point out to me. All right, Johnny Wall game.
Yes, sir.
You're in control of this, so you go out. It's in your hands. Don't let me get in the way.
All right. Patriots practice for the first time this week. Yesterday, Fred in Foxborough. This practice indoors as they get ready for a game on the West Coast. Super Bowl 60 on the way, a week from Sunday in Santa Clara, California. The big story yesterday, Drake May and his shoulder. Mike Vrabel said before practice he wasn't worried.
Not much. I try not to have a whole lot of concern. I just want to try to prepare the football team and make sure that everybody's ready and that we all have a plan and, not to surprise anybody and make sure that our guys are focusing on the first and second down plan. I know that's, we've tried to map out the week here or week and a half and not look at the end of it, but focus on what we can do today. Try to learn opponent and be ready for first and second down.
May then went out there and, oh my God, didn't throw at all during the media portion of practice. So naturally, afterwards, he came in and the questions came fast and furious.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Got out there moving around a good bit today, and I was able to do some jog through, so feeling good and looking forward to be ready to go. And this is the game you dream of playing in, so looking forward to getting out there and getting a chance to play in the Super Bowl.
But no one threw, right?
Correct. No quarterback threw during practice.
Not in front of us.
No. And so, Dan, you were out there.
Dan was there.
Dan was out there. And
Johnny. Was his arm was his arm
get in the way.
Was his arm was he holding his arm? Was it limp?
The sling kind of threw me off a little bit.
I can understand that.
No, but the strange part of this, and again, I think Mike Vrabel has been extremely truthful when it comes to all injuries, is that I think it was the first time any practice I'd been to, and then on Fridays I'm back at the station, but I see all the footage that comes in. First time I didn't see the quarterbacks throwing at a Patriots practice. That was the thing, and we were in there for 6 or 7 minutes, the first two periods. Sometimes we're there for periods 3, 4, and 5, 4, 5, and 6, and he did not throw. So I thought that was the strange part, and it kind of raises a red flag. Is it gamesmanship or what have you? But I think it was just odd that for the first time we did not see him at least just toss a football. As he picked one up, was tossing it in his hand, and was kind of going like this a little bit towards the end, but we did not see it.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it if you've had a routine for an entire season and now you're getting into your 21st game, is it wise for gamesmanship purposes to change that routine?
I think for these types of practices, because they're the week before, I didn't find it to be too odd. Next week, if it changed,
I'm not saying if it's
yes.
odd. This is just more of a sports question than it is specific to the Patriots. You are very familiar with sports involving throwing. If someone has a routine that they've been doing successfully for a long, long time during the course of the season, that really doesn't even have May. It's just I'm just interested in your opinion. Do you think it's wise to change that? Is gamesmanship worth changing that routine?
They may not have changed it. That's the other part too. So, because like I said, we've usually been there for periods, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. We're only there for 1 and 2 this time.
Fair.
So
okay, that's good.
He was picking up a ball as we left. So it might have been the situation where, we only were allowed that first 7 minutes, and then he just did his normal routine after that.
He came in, and I think he told Karen Garigian, he took some reps, I threw the ball, that whatever the case may be. So he's throwing, just not in front of the media. Who knows how banged up that shoulder is.
I asked a couple players, went up to them and chatted briefly, and I just said, listen, any concern about Drake? And one looked up at me and said, are you serious? He said, are you really serious? I'm like, what? You don't think he's going to play? You don't think he's going to be okay? So take that for what it's worth.
Why would that not be serious?
Because they just guys play. If they can play, they
play.
No,
I understand. I don't think anyone doesn't think Drake May is going to play. Everyone is concerned if Drake May.
I said, should there be concern? It's like, no.
Here's a guy who got here's a guy who's gotten sacked 5 times in every game. Seattle's got a better defense than you've played. Seattle hits May, and he falls on his right shoulder in the first quarter. I mean, that's not good. I mean, he's of course going to play, and I don't doubt he's going to throw.
No, you're right.
And I don't doubt that they're going to shoot him up and that he'd be able to throw anyway.
So ask me if I have concern.
No, don't tell me what to do,
John.
Yeah, John will do it.
Are you concerned?
Yes.
You're concerned about Drake May and his shoulder
Yes.
at this point.
Just what Fred said. Just because of that.
So why am I asking you if Fred already said it?
Because Fred wouldn't ask me.
Oh.
So yes, I am.
Yeah, I did.
I'm sorry, my bad.
I had to peacock a little bit. I don't like. I'm a rebel. I don't like being told what to do. But yeah, I mean,
time I'll be on this show.
That's the best is when people are like, "Roach hates you," and I'm like, "He does." But I mean, look. There's 2 weeks. It's the Super Bowl. It's going to be overanalyzed. I realize this. If I'm a Patriots fan, I'm not. Look, Drake May is going to play. Drake May is going to be able to throw the football. But if we're getting into, look, we have 40 hours of time to fill of show time to fill before the Super Bowl. It's just if I'm Seattle and I can get. Now, here's a question that's a philosophical question. Is if for gamesmanship, do you tell your guys early in the game, I'd accept 15 yards if it's a tween thing, if you can get
May.
You can get to May,
take a shot.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely. In the first quarter, I'll take 15 yards. Absolutely, I'd take 15. If get that kid out of there, sure. Then I'm guaranteed to win.
And I told you about Vrabel, and he's been very forthcoming about injuries, and says on Friday who's out and what have you. He showed up in the injury report, Fred. That's we saw him, kind of having some issues in Denver, maybe with his shoulder. So, okay. He showed up the first day where they just didn't practice. Okay. And now they practiced, and he was limited with a right shoulder injury. So it's just all common sense. He's got something going on. That's all.
Right. It's funny that we feel like we have to preface all these things when he's on the injury report because the audience could get very angry just at the notion that he's hurt,
exactly.
Even though they're saying he's hurt.
Right. So ask me if I'm concerned, John.
No, I already did that once.
Yes,
you only get one. That's it. I already asked you that.
But I always think that in a big game or even in a game like early is that, is it worth, because 15 yards basically now in the NFL get you pretty, unless you're like on the 2, which I wouldn't want to, maybe that's not where I'd want to do it anyway, is you get you in like close enough to field goal range now, especially like on a nice day.
Yes.
So, the 15 yards is a really big deal, but you don't want to just you can't just take a free shot at the guy and get yourself kicked out of the game.
No, but if you find yourself, he's scrambling, he's like happened against Denver. He's running, he doesn't get down fast enough, or you get a shot maybe or half a heartbeat late.
That's what I'm saying.
Then you go get him. Yes.
Yeah,
if I'm Seattle, I definitely do that.
Yeah, if you coach and you say, look, early in the game, if it's in doubt, like if you have if there's that part of your brain that says, should I let up? Don't let up, and see if you can't hamper him a little bit for the rest of the game. Which nowadays in football, look at that lady, holy moly! Show the lady on TV is holy. The Wicked Witch of the West. Did you see that?
That lady was so striking it distracted Fred mid-sentence. He's like, what?
It reminded me of that Snow White ride where the lady's holding the apple.
Oh, man.
She did look like the one who gave her the apple in the cartoon.
Yeah, I don't care for that at all.
So back to what you said, Fred, going back to the Denver game, Hufanga, the hit he put on May, a guy would do that. If he's running at someone like that, it's like, or the Christian Ellis hit that he put on Dart. If May shows any hint that he's trying to stay in bounds, you take a shot at that.
Oh, yeah. But
right?
that Ellis hit was legal, right?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
That was
Dart
illegal.
even said it afterwards.
Well, no, yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you're dicking around on the side, and I think May's too smart for this now, but if you're dicking around on the sidelines and you're feigning, either way, you deserve to get that.
Jackson Dart, for example.
Yeah, we were just saying that. You deserve to get the crap knocked out of you. That's with the fake sliding and everything. If you fake slide, you might as well just ask for a head injury, because every time a quarterback does that or dicks around on the sideline and takes advantage of the fact that they can't be hit, just for the good of football, you should take a shot at the guy.
But now in a Super Bowl, if he's, this is the game of their lives. If he's going for that first down and you have a legitimate shot to hit him and he's trying to, he's not getting out of bounds because he wants to make that marker, go ahead, and it's on if he's running left, it's on his right side. Why not?
Yeah, that's the philosophical question: is the 15 yards worth seeing if you can hamper him a little bit?
So May listed as limited. Harold Landry, Robert Spillane, Thayer Mumford all set out. They'll be back out probably indoors again, Danny. Right?
I would think so,
late
yes.
this morning.
Yeah, it is.
I would hope so.
It is
Jesus.
indoors.
How cruel!
So we have a
seriously, I'm not joking.
No, I know. Plus they're going to Santa Clara, so why?
Right. So we have Celtic stuff. We have Bruins stuff. Here seems like a good spot to stop.
All right, fair enough. Despite my illness, I was a good person yesterday and kept to my promises. I ended up enjoying myself, but I was at that game. I've yet to see a Bruins loss this year.
Wow.
Dominant at home.
How many games you been to? 2?
I think this was 4.
Yeah, 4-0.
I guess how many tickets I bought?
How many?
0.
Everyone comps you now?
Well, the person I was with had gotten these tickets, had bought these tickets from someone with season tickets. So I did not pay for these, but then Ryan Johnston is very good about it. He gets 2 tickets to every home game, and he wants to grease the kid. You understand what I'm saying?
Wheeling and dealing. It's the no pockets lifestyle.
Foo, 150s all arranged. Anything less than that, you keep the change. You understand what I'm saying?
Huh?
Yeah, big shot.
Yeah.
That's local radio guy.
That's pretty cool.
Terrestrial radio, baby.
Yeah.
You should see it. I'm swimming in it.
Are you?
Oh, I can't even go out with women just grabbing my balls. Like, you're on the radio?
That's okay. Why'd you take it that far?
Because it would make you uncomfortable. All right, we'll be back. When was the last time you masturbated? All right, very good. All right, we'll be back.
That's a good tease.
We'll be back in just a moment. talk about. We are not supposed to get really any snow on Sunday, which for some reason, and I know I live in Boston and I grew up in Detroit, and I'm no stranger to snow, but when it snows like over a foot, I find it mentally unbearable. I hate it so much. It feels like you're trapped. Like it feels like very limiting in like what you can do. So if there was more snow that was going to be stacked up, I was going to have to find some kind of escape plan, at least for a few days. But it appears that does not have to be the case. So if you're flying out for the Super Bowl at some point, you should be okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's okay.
You should be all right. All right, Johnny. I was, people will say you missed work on Wednesday. I'm sure a lot of people will say this. You went on Thursday, or you missed work on
Wednesday.
Tuesday.
Wednesday. It's Wednesday.
Yeah, but I had these plans. I'm glad I went to the game. And again, the Bruins last night, Johnny Wall.
But before we get to the Bruins, I wanted to address the Celtics stuff because
you couldn't have just gone with it.
I'm sorry.
I would have went with what Fred said.
Yeah. I know. I'm very sorry, gentlemen. NBA TV and ESPN reported yesterday Jason Tatum was reconsidering playing this season, despite being somewhat close to returning from his torn Achilles. And as luck would have it, Joe Mazzulla had his weekly conversation with 98.5 The Sports Hub's Zolak and Bertrand yesterday.
Like it was a couple of years ago.
You're banking on Sam Darnold.
Doesn't sound like Zoe.
Doesn't sound like Zoe at all. Where is that coming from?
Coming from your board.
Okay.
There we go.
How about now? We good?
We're good.
All right, fantastic. Let's hear what Joe Mazzulla had to say to Beetle.
It's been consistent all the way up until this point about, there is no, it's not a yes, it's not a no. It's just, continuing to go through the rehab process, evaluate that at all of the checkpoints,
breathing
and kind of go from there.
Give you one guess.
That's a lot of breathing.
Give you one guess who's breathing and who's not breathing. I'm told there's more, too. Hang on. I think you can hear more in the background.
There's been zero, setback. He's progressing, naturally, and I've just trusted really our sports science team, and he's got a great team around him, and really just trusting that process. But he's checking boxes, and there's checkpoints obviously that you have to go through a rehab process, and he's hitting those.
I think you heard him blow his nose.
That's perfect timing too, because you're getting like a quote that could get picked up in the media, and that's exactly when you want to blow the nose.
Perfect timing.
Oh, that's great.
Exactly. Like he's talking about something that you have the coach on, and he's talking about something that could be of major consequence.
So why would you want to not blow your nose? I mean, that makes all the sense in the world to me. I mean, it seems to me like that would be the perfect time.
Jay King's the one that I originally saw this story for about Tatum, and we're planning to have him on maybe on Monday.
Yeah, he's coming on Monday.
All right, good.
So, but all the conversation, that anything the team says about it is of no interest to me, in fairness, because what are they going to say?
Right.
They're not going to say anything about it.
You're going to say exactly what Joe just said. He's checking boxes. There's been no setbacks. We'll see. It's always been the same all the way through. Nothing really has changed. So.
I've always contended that he shouldn't play this year. And now that they are playing well, I'm really not sure he should. That seems extremely disruptive. I know he's very good, but he's going to be on minute restrictions. You're risking a repeat of an injury. If he's 85%, I know he's better than not having him at all, but how does that kind of, screw up what you've got going right now? These are all legitimate questions, and they're things that he's brought up. So, he brought him up. I'm not pulling him out of thin air. I mean, these are things that Tatum has talked about. And if he's at all questioning that leg, because again, just because the Achilles is healed doesn't mean that these injuries can lead to injuries in other places because you're compensating for the injury.
Well, according to Chris Haynes of NBA TV and Ramona Shelburne of ESPN, he's spoken to both of them, and he is having some concerns. See, the quote that is listed everywhere is, "I want to get this done right," which means he is questioning whether or not he's strong enough to do this.
He shouldn't come back. He's too good. He's got too long a career ahead of him. I've always said he shouldn't come back. And then so many people told me that he should come back that I kind of acquiesced to that. And I'm sort of glad that he's reconsidering this because it seems very short-sighted. Go ahead, Dan.
Do you think 35 games is enough, though, or 30 whenever he comes back, for him and the team to acclimate to each other and get used to it for a playoff run?
Max said 15 to 20 when we had him on last week.
But does he play does he have a minutes restriction in the playoffs?
I think you start out coming now, you test it, and then you get an answer kind of to yourself and to the team, and then you go from there.
Then I'm not coming back because I want to be sure. I don't want to come back when I don't know.
But you have these 30 games to test that.
Yeah, but Dan,
by
they're
the playoff
playing
time, you'll know.
Yeah, but it's still professional basketball. It's not preseason. I don't want to screw this team up, testing it out and seeing what I can do. He said that. That's exactly what he doesn't want. We're not going to get to the Bruins game, and we could have done that. Just let it be known that we're not going to talk about the Bruins game. The what I'm saying though is that
so angry about
that's specifically what he doesn't want to happen. He doesn't want to come out, try it out in the regular season, create that whole change in dynamic, and then go, oh whoa, this isn't working out. He wants to be absolutely positive. And the only way it seems like he'd be absolutely and I don't think he wants to come back 5 games before the playoffs. So the only way he's going to be certain that he can come back is next season, which was the timeline when he first got injured.
And everyone else who tore their Achilles about the same time was already ruled out of the entire season.
So
he was the only one who hadn't.
He backs off now, and let's say by 5 games left in the season, he feels 100%.
That's great. Then you have a whole off season to get back.
Okay.
No, I'm just giving you my opinion.
I agree. No, I understand.
If I was his agent, I'd be like, I'd said this from the very beginning, don't play. If I was the team, I'd say don't play. And now, can I tell him not to play? No.
Right.
But my he's a star player, and I can't tell him what to do. But my strong suggestion would be not to play.
Don't you think Tatum's smart enough that if Brad Missoula doctors came in and said, listen, we think the best thing for you is, hey, just calm it down, get ready for next year, and be 100%, and you'll be good to go for the rest of your career.
I think if the doctors tell him that, and they probably might be, is that, yeah, I think he definitely listened to that. You have a long Hall of Fame career ahead of you, a very long. He's got a lot of time left in the NBA.
Yeah. He's only, 27?
20, yeah, I think he's 26, 27.
Yeah, so, I mean, he could play for another 12 years.
Yeah, 10, 12 years.
So, yeah, I wouldn't want to mess around with that. That's a extremely severe injury, and you see when guys come back with it in football, they can't move. Like, they even when they come back, like, a year later, like, they still have trouble moving. Now, Tatum's a better athlete and is going to be...
Basketball has more movement.
That's exactly why I wouldn't want to come back this year. I just thought it was a really dumb idea from the very beginning. If he was a journeyman, like, hanging on by his fingernails, maybe, but not Jason Tatum, no.
A couple of things before we go to break. Celtics play Sacramento at the Garden tonight. Doesn't look like Jaylen Brown's going to play. Listed as doubtful.
Well, there's a lot of star power on the floor.
And that's right. And the Bruins win 6-3 last night over Philadelphia. 9 straight home wins, but something else to watch. Elias Lindholm didn't play last night. He's got an upper body injury. Pavel Zacha left in the second period. He's got an upper body injury. The injuries are kind of stacking up. It's a good thing the Olympic break is coming, and the Bruins' next game is outdoors Sunday night, Raymond James Stadium
against
Tampa.
I wish we could have done more on that.
Or if you can call us about your story of your second period, if you would like to. We can take that in the 7 o'clock hour. All right, very good. I'm talking to the ladies, if they want to share about.
Don't pretend like you didn't know.
Are you there, God? It's me,
Don't
Margaret.
pretend.
All right, listen. Albert Breer is scheduled to join us. He'll be in just a moment.
WBCFM and HD Plus 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group station. Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drink.
Patriots practiced indoors yesterday in Foxborough as they began to get ready for the Seattle Seahawks in Super Bowl 60 a week from Sunday in Santa Clara, California. Milton Williams won a championship in Philadelphia last season, and look at this. He's back in the big game again.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I didn't expect us to, be here so fast, but that's just a testament to everybody in the building and, the work that we put in and the closeness of our group.
Drake May didn't throw it all during the media portion of the workout. He was listed as limited with his sore right shoulder. Harold Landry, Robert Spillane, and offensive lineman Thayer Munford all sat out the workout. They'll be back out there later this morning. They'll fly to the West Coast on Sunday, as was the case yesterday. Today's practice will be indoors. Bruins scored a 6-3 home win over Philadelphia at TD Garden. Fraser Minton and Casey Middlestat led the way with a goal and 2 assists apiece. Bruins now have 9 straight home wins. They play Tampa Bay Sunday night outdoors at Raymond James Stadium. Pavel Zacha left last night's game in the second period and did not return with an upper body injury. Celtics play Sacramento at TD Garden tonight. Grandy and Max had the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Jaylen Brown has hamstring and knee soreness. He's listed as doubtful, and ESPN is reporting the Lakers will ask LeBron James to take a pay cut next summer. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Premier Basement Waterproofing. You better be checking your basement from all the snow. If you find water, our guys at Premier are the only ones you call, so you never worry about water again. 844-LIVE-DRY or premierbasement.net. Say it with me. It's game over for water. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
New England plays here.
Down the right side, there's a separation. Touchdown pass. Perfect dive from Drake May.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
IYKYK, which obviously YD. Okay?
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
You see different things. You could be a yeller, a screamer. You could paint your face black and scream and yell with eye black and be a competitor. Or, you could be a little bit more laid back and still compete when the ball snapped. And I'd say that's probably what Drake is. And then, you guys get a little bit of glimpse into, how he is when he's mic'd up.
Who asked that question?
Dan, one thing I'll say is when you walk in that locker room, they got to be like, oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Here comes a hard hitter. I'm going to have to figure out how it feels to be in the Super Bowl. Yeesh. I don't know, Danny. You're really asking me to reflect on my emotions here. How does it feel to be in the Super Bowl?
I sense a dig.
Oh. The Burton School of Questioning. Super Bowl!
All right. Drake May.
The
Pat your
statement,
chest.
you mean?
That's right. Milt, Super Bowl!
Look, Danny's doing TV. They want a clip. They want the people to feel good. There's nothing wrong with that. You're doing your job.
A dink.
You're doing your job, my friend.
You'd be surprised, Fred, how many good answers you get with simple questions. That's all I'll say. You want to talk about journalism?
That's one thing
like
I've definitely learned
Yes.
is that, when I was younger, I used to, I feel like I almost tried to prove how much I knew when I was asking the question. And then I realized you'll get a much better answer if you just leave the whole thing open to them. It's a 4-word question and just leave it open to them. So.
Well, it took me a long time to learn when you're interviewing someone, your audience doesn't know anything about them, so why you need to talk to them like everyone's getting to know the person. Like if you get too intricate and too cute, you're already advancing 55 steps in front of the audience. So yes, there is a method to that. Bert Breer is here. We are Toucher and Hardy. Dan Roach is in for Hardy today. I'm going to read Bert's sponsor. You just in my ear, you prick. But nonetheless, Hardy is on the 7 Seas. He will be docking today. He will be getting off that boat, which I imagine is.
Will he kiss the ground when he gets off the boat?
I'm not getting the impression that he hated it, but I have a feeling it got kind of lonely. He didn't say that, but I have a feeling that if you're in a cabin alone on a boat where you don't know that many people, that it's going to be...
Usually on a vacation, you don't really communicate with a lot of people. You're enjoying where you are. He's been in constant touch with you and 12 for the last 4 days.
Well, I texted him yesterday, in fairness, to tell him that Seinfeld was back on Comedy Central.
Okay.
So
I thought he texted you for that.
No. He don't get Comedy Central on the boat. You only get cricket in the news.
Okay.
All right. Bert Breer. And by the way, you can watch us on YouTube. Subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. Bert Breer is the senior NFL reporter and lead content strategist for the MMQB. Bert is brought to you by Robinhood. You expect more from yourself, expect more from your money. Get started today at robinhood.com/yourmoney. Bert, we've heard your voice already, but thank you for coming in. We appreciate it. When are you headed down to or over to San Francisco?
Sunday morning, which I was a little nervous about, but I think I'm going to be okay.
You'll be fine.
I'm at 7:45 a.m., so I think I'll be way before anything
You're
hits.
fine. Terry Eliason, our wonderful producer, our weather producer, great. Right on it all week long. It's going to go out towards the Cape, well, far from the Cape. You're good.
Oh, it's not even going to hit us.
We get like a coating here. You're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
because there was one point when it looked like it was going to be like another serious storm.
Well,
Not
maybe
like
worse than last week because of the
I missed all
waves.
of last week. I got home last night from Alabama.
Oh, Jesus.
And I was like, my wife sent me all the pictures of the kids sledding and everything. Like, this has got to be the worst one since that winter. I think it was 15.
It was 15, but it was worse.
I was still living in the city then, and the sidewalks legitimately looked like tunnels.
Remember the parade?
Yeah.
This is
sitting on top of snow.
Yeah. But this storm, as an individual storm, was worse than 2015. Anything in 2015.
Oh, really?
We just got a lot of them.
Well, we got
that was when we were in Phoenix. Yeah, we got 3 of them in like 2 weeks.
There were 4 storms in a row in 2015, which is why it was hell. But in terms of one event, this was more than we ever got in 2015.
I was living in the South End in 2015, and I remember there was a car because, most people have to, you have to move your car around or whatever.
Oh, space savers, too.
Right,
That was
all
a big
that
deal.
stuff. Well,
Yeah.
there'd be street cleaning and stuff like that. And there was one, so we lived on Hanson Street, and there was a car parked on Shawmut Street in the corner there that they never moved their car through that winter. And when the snow melted, the roof of the car was caved in.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Did you see in Philadelphia these geniuses that work for the city were live streaming them plowing in cars deliberately?
I did see video of that. Yes.
I did not see that.
Yes.
Wow. They were very pleased with themselves.
Yes, I did.
Which I don't even understand the joy in that.
That'll teach them.
Yeah, for what did they it's in
Congratulations.
The city.
Yes.
You have to park on the street, so they were taking, because I guess it was that weird power trip. It's the same when you're waiting tables. It was funny. I was telling this to one of my kids. When you're waiting tables, you see just how pathetic people can be, because this is the only time that they're the boss.
They have power.
When you're waiting on them, and they're
That's why I
total
got
dicks.
fired from the only job I ever had, waiting tables.
Well, I got fired from a lot of them. But it's you just know they're pathetic because they're exercising. They feel so weak in their own lives that they're exercising this power in a situation that doesn't warrant it. And these plow drivers, okay, you're driving a plow, great. I don't know why you're taking such glee in they didn't do anything to you. You know what I'm saying? There's,
you have no idea whose car that is.
Yeah, you're not a little kid egging a house. You're just randomly plowing people in on purpose. That didn't, and I don't understand the enjoyment in that. Okay, because you have the plow. Wow, congratulations. You have the plow. You don't have a plow, I would guess, if you're working for the city on your regular car. So I just don't understand that. I don't understand that way of thinking at all. Yeah. Well, Bert, you were in Mobile for I do want to ask you about the Senior Bowl. So was it as wild as it usually is in Mobile?
No, the teams have started sending less people there. Now, what it is for the 30 of 32 teams that aren't in the Super Bowl, and really the 28 of 32 that aren't in the championship games, it's the start of the next season. So, one of the events where you have the most coaches and scouts at, but coaches have started peeling off from going there. I think part of it is owners realizing that coaches are using some of these events as spring break, which is bad for me because I go to network. So the less of them that are there, the worse it is. But it's a good event, and yeah, it is like really for a lot of people the first time they get eyes on the college prospects, which the top guys aren't there. But like a lot of second and third round picks.
Well, Jackson Dart was there last year, and So
but Cam Ward wasn't
right.
Like so, like the top. If you're a top 20 pick, you're not there.
Who's the top 3 quarterbacks this year?
Mendoza would be one, and I don't think it's really close. And then I think the second guy would probably be Ty Simpson from Alabama.
And then who?
And that's Ty Simpson.
Nobody else.
I don't know that Ty Simpson goes in the first round.
Yeah.
So it could be just one in the first round, and then after that, I mean, I know some people had talked about Trinidad Chambliss. If he's in, I think he would probably be number 3. He's still kind of in this eligibility battle, and whether or not he's going to be able to, he's trying to go back to school, and we'll see whether or not he gets that through or not.
The other part of it, you were saying their top 20 prospects aren't there. The marginal prospects, Fred, can have their hopes dashed simply by being measured. Like this kid from Vanderbilt, Pavia, who thinks he's going to be a quarterback, did very well for Vanderbilt. He measured at like 5'9" and 195 pounds.
Yeah, he was never going to play in the NFL.
Yeah, so
he had designs on it, but now it's
designed to wear
won't.
gold chains and act like he's in a gang. So there's that too.
He like I was standing in the end zone with a couple of front office guys, and he came running down at us almost like he was going to run us over. I think it was on Tuesday, and I wasn't looking. I turned around. I had to kind of get out of the way, and the play was like 65 yards. He ran the play out like 65 yards. Like
okay,
yeah, he was trying really hard. But the quarterback that was there was the kid from LSU, right? Like that was supposed to be a big prospect.
Garrett Nussmeier, who's you guys might remember the name Doug Nussmeier, played in the NFL. He's the offensive coordinator of the Saints. It's his son. Had a really rough year. Was supposed to be maybe a first-round pick, and there are a few cases like that. Another one will be Drew Aller at
Penn State.
He went back to school. He was going to be a high draft pick. He went back to school, and then he got hurt.
Yeah. So, Carson Beck's another one who, like, was he going to rise or not? He's probably somewhere in the 3rd or 4th round. So, it's not a great year for quarterbacks. It's not a great year in general. The really great draft class is supposed to be next year.
Yeah, but it was also supposed to be this year. So
no, that's not true.
They were saying when Ward was the first pick overall last year, they were saying
they thought there were going to be quarterbacks this year.
Yeah, they thought that this year was going to have quarterbacks.
I think next year is more than just quarterbacks, though. Next year is like all these guys who've been stars since they were freshmen. So it's Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State. It's Dylan Stewart from South Carolina. It's Leonard Moore, the corner from Notre Dame. There's like a handful of guys that have been like just mega stars since they were freshmen that are all going to be eligible next year in 27 when the draft actually that year is going to be on the National Mall in D.C.
Ooh, that's going to be very patriotic. And by the way, Bert, you have to be very excited. What are there, like 6 kids from Ohio State going in the first round this year?
5. I think.
Oh, it's
notice the way he said that to you, Fred? No, come on, Fred. 5.
That's awful.
Yeah.
It's almost like they should have won a national championship if you had 5 guys that are going in the first round.
Well, there have been a lot of years where I felt like we should win a national championship, but
How much of
we only have 3 since I was in school there. Probably should be more like 6 or 7.
It's funny. I saw Clemson play this year. And Clemson had 2 kids at the time that were supposed to be top 10 picks on defense. And they're playing BC. And BC always has decent offensive linemen, but they were playing DC. And I kept asking, because I'm always around the other team's fans, because of where the seats are behind our seats are behind the
Are you
visiting
like with the
bench.
friends and family of the
Yeah. And so like I'm like, which of these dudes is supposed to, because they don't have names. Like I'm like, which dudes are, or at least some teams don't have names.
Yeah.
I'm like, which of these dudes is supposed to be good? Because no one was doing anything.
Their quarterback was another one who was like coming into the year, it looked like he was going to have a chance.
Klubnik,
Kate Klubnik, and then Arch Manning is another one there where people. And you know what's interesting about him though is if you watched him at the end of the year, he's going to be the first pick, I think, in 27.
Yeah, he'll be the first pick in the draft.
In 27, like I think he started to play. Like everybody, I feel like it was one of those where everybody had these massive expectations, and he showed his lack of experience at the beginning of the year. But at the end of the year, after everybody stopped paying attention, he really started to come on. And you can see it like physically. Some of these kids, you know, like you bring up Pavia, there's a lot of examples of guys where you look at them physically. Ty Simpson's another one where when people actually look at him, like he's shorter than I am. There's going to be certain guys you're going to look at, and it's like, God. But Arch Manning's not one
these
of those.
Kids
he
being
looks like a NFL quarterback.
Advised and guided by the right people because of NIL and everything else.
I think NIL is actually
helping. Yeah, I was
because
say,
like
how many kids
NIL
are staying because of the money.
I will say that that's one positive effect of NIL is that I think it used to be a lot of these guys come from tough backgrounds and have like a million different people pulling at them, and they're the meal ticket for a dozen people. And you know, I think what used to happen was you would have a guy who's like a 6th or a 7th round pick or an undrafted free agent coming out because it's just like my family needs the money. And now that kid can stay in school and maybe he becomes a 3rd round pick or a 2nd round pick. And to me that's a tangible positive because not only is he getting drafted higher, now he's got a much better chance to stick. Because 6th or 7th round picks, undrafted free agents, there's no guarantee you're even making the team out of your first training camp. If you can play your way into being a 3rd round pick, now at least you're going to get some runway.
And he's got some money while he's playing in college.
Right, and you get some money while you're playing in college. So there's a lot of negatives about what's happening, but that would be one positive.
It's funny, there's a 30 for 30 about Miami. They had this booster that was ended up being
Shapiro.
like a Ponzi scheme guy.
Nevin Shapiro.
It's funny because he was, he's probably 4'11". But it's so quaint.
Which might have had something to do with all of that.
You think so? That maybe there was that? But it's like what he was giving the kids is like, you know, and it's this very serious thing about how corrupt the program was and how corrupt the president of the school was. And if you watch it now, I saw it like a couple weeks ago.
It's like quaint.
It's so quaint. Like he was like giving them dinners and taking them to strip clubs, and you're like, And Jonathan Vilma said
the Jim Tressel thing. The Jim Tressel got fired.
Because of the tattoos.
Yeah, because guys got like free tattoos for like signed memorabilia.
So Jonathan
they gave the tattoo parlor a signed helmet. And they got free tattoos.
So Jonathan Vilma's on there, and this is, you know, from 15 years ago, and Vilma's like, if you think that we couldn't, as Miami football players, got into a strip club for free, like you're out of your mind. If you think that there was like some kind of, you know, that this was access that we wouldn't have been granted anyway. All right, look, the Patriots are in the Super Bowl. We've spent enough time, but you said you were in Mobile, so I got interested. All right, we'll be back with Bert. Dig into what's going on with the Patriots and everything else in just a moment.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
All right.
Boring.
And he's back with Fred on the Sports Hub.
What we dreamed of, and even as a little kid, back when you wanted to watch the Super Bowl at a Super Bowl party, and now, we're the party. So that's a pretty cool aspect. I think Coach does a great job of relating to us and relaying a message that hits home for all of us.
We are Toucher and Hardy. Dan Roach is in for Hardy today. Bert Breer is here from the MMQB. Bert, what are you hearing about Drake May and his situation with his shoulder?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me a little bit of, do you guys remember when Derek Carr had the surgery? Was this 2 off seasons ago? Last off season? No, it was last off season where he had he underwent this surgery and it was considered like elective, right? And I remember asking around about that, and it was a type of surgery, and Fred, you may know about this stuff because of your son and everything else and what he does, but when I talked to a few quarterbacks coaches about it, they were like, legitimately every quarterback could have that surgery when they're in their 30s. And there's wear and tear that happens with their shoulder that is just almost unavoidable. And then I think about the stuff that Matthew Stafford has been through with his elbow and his shoulder. And Joe Burrow had the weird wrist injury. And so the way that relates to this is quarterbacks deal with a lot of different stuff that we never hear about. And I think that this is in that category where he's dealing with bumps and bruises, and I'm sure there's something existing there. I know there's something existing there that was aggravated a little bit on Sunday, but isn't a big deal, and is sort of, you hesitate to say it's nothing because you want to have respect for what they all go through, and they all go through a lot to make it through an NFL season. And could he land on it and it be really bad on Super? Sure, but that could happen to any quarterback, So I sort of would put it in that category where a lot of these quarterbacks deal with a lot of stuff and wear and tear. And while this does not seem like it's the biggest deal in the world, and the people I've talked to say he'll be fine, you also don't want to minimize what it is that he's going through because it's not nothing.
And he's on the injury report. You know what I mean?
He's on the injury report. Yeah, and that part of it,
shoulder issue, he'll work through it.
Look, it's again, I learned it was almost 10 years ago, and I learned covering Cam Newton in Carolina. Never, ever, ever minimize something that's happening with a quarter. And I think you guys probably have heard me talk about this the last couple of years with Burrow and his wrist, with Stafford and his elbow. I've just learned that you never want to treat these like they're nothing, because when it comes to their throwing shoulder, their throwing elbow, their throwing wrist, all of that stuff is really, really important. And I think for those guys, I've talked to Burrow and Stafford about it. It's an existential thing for them. It's was I scared? Yeah, I was scared. Because this is how I play.
I've often thought about that because major league pitchers, they're not. There's no contact, obviously, but they're just that motion, and you know about Tommy John in your elbow, and all the shoulder problems that you can have. And I always wondered, quarterbacks are throwing, on a weekly basis, and they're throwing in practice every day, how they're not, degenerating or getting, those kind of arm injuries, even non-contact injuries. It just isn't as nearly as prevalent. I guess the way you throw or the velocity of your arm when you're throwing is different. But
it's interesting.
And this is really interesting too. Sorry, Rochi, but this is really interesting too. So Tom Brady, I know, has a theory about this, that the Raiders are it's part of the Raiders now, right? And maybe you'll hear about it before the draft with the overwhelming likelihood that they're going to wind up with Fernando Mendoza. But he has a theory on more mobile quarterbacks who are running more. And his theory is the reason why some of those guys struggle in the playoffs is because they get knocked around so much during the season that it throws their mechanics off. And then when you get to the playoffs, when the windows are shorter, right? So you're throwing into smaller windows, there's less margin for error.
Against better defenses, too.
Now, if your mechanics are a little off, your accuracy is a little off, and now all of a sudden that ball that looked great in September is 12 inches to the right, and instead of that being open space where it might have been in November, there's a defender there.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's just at that level of football where the windows are that small, and now you're talking about the windows shrinking. Like, there's little stuff like that, and I think I remember hearing, like, and the Raiders are using this. Like, I remember just talking to people about those sorts of things are really, really fascinating. And the idea, I mean, you think about it, like, there have been a lot of more mobile quarterbacks where when you get to the playoffs, they aren't at quite the same level. And is that a factor? It could be.
Well, and I think that goes with what Fred is saying, too. I'd be curious to just hear what you guys think about it, the sense of he's going to play in warmer weather, which is certainly going to help that. Yep. But a major league pitcher, a really good major league starting pitcher, with some of the best, will tell you that they make 30 starts a year. 10 of those starts, they feel like they're the best arm feeling in the world. 10 other starts, they feel like they can't even throw a strike because their arms are just like not with it today. And 10, they feel okay and they work through it and they grind through it. And that's the difference between winning 15 games, 20 games, or what have you. I just wonder where Drake's shoulder's going to be come game time at Super Bowl
And it's
Sunday.
interesting you bring up the number, too, because this is their 21st game.
Right.
He's never played close to this long a season in his life. You know? So, like, there's that part of it, too.
Yeah, and he's been getting hit a lot. We were talking about this. This is just a philosophical thing. If you're the Seahawks and it's early in the game, do you instruct your guys?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the reality of football.
So the question would be, do you instruct your guys if it's a bang-bang situation, don't be afraid to get the 15-yard penalty if you can really lay a lick on it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you, like... And that, you know, again, like, that's always why coaches are hesitant about putting things on the injury report when they're not obvious. And that's like, you want your answer on why something might not show up on the injury report, and then it does when it becomes more public or something is more obvious. That right there is why, because all these guys are dealing with stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you could list every player on every roster on the injury report this time of year. Like, that's just the reality of the sport. And so, you know, like, I think an aggressive defense like the Seahawks, like the way that they play is always going to play that way. But, I mean, are they going to test that? Like, yeah, of course you would. You know, like that's just the reality of football.
Is it so it's worth the 15 yards?
I don't know about like 15-yard penalty. Like, I don't know if I would advocate for that. And I don't. I don't think the Seahawks would do. I don't.
No,
think,
but you understand what I'm saying. The question is, like, yeah, you don't, like, he releases the ball 1, 2, 3 and nail him. I'm not saying that.
No,
I'm saying that if it's like a beat, like,
or if you see him, no,
run,
you know what,
right?
that right there is like, you know, one of the ways that here's an example. So, you know, like the zone read came into the NFL, and you see it in college, and one way that is coached, right, is even if he doesn't have the ball, bury the quarterback.
Right.
Yeah.
Why? Well, because you want to discourage the other team from running it. So how do you discourage the other team from running it? You put the quarterback on the ground. And now that coach is going to think twice about calling that play again. So in a situation like this, if Drake is scrambling around and you know he's hurt, bury him. So maybe next time he won't do that. And his legs have been such a big factor in the playoffs. And again, we're kind of deep in the weeds here, but that is something you would coach.
Or it's Super Bowl time, so get as deep as you want.
Discourage if you want to discourage the other quarterback from running the ball, what do? You make him pay for running the ball. And you make him pay for running the ball by burying him.
Yeah, I just saw a thing about the Baltimore defense that year. They won the Super Bowl with Ray Lewis, and very important to send a message very early in the game. Discourage physical play. That's right. That's the way that it goes.
This is our territory, Fred.
That's right. Huh? That's right. What have you made, and what is the league saying about the way Drake Mays played in the playoffs versus the way that he played in the regular season?
I think it's like sort of it's interesting, and I've thought this way for over a week now, like that it feels like they're playing the way we thought they would play before the season, and what you hear when you talk to people about who the Patriots are, now most people would tell you that they're not overly talented. Like the Seahawks are the more talented team going into the Super Bowl. And I don't know that there'd be a whole lot of argument, but the Patriots are very sound. They're balanced. I am starting to think we're underrating their talent. And I do think that they hear about how every other team is more talented. And that's why you keep hearing from those guys. I was walking off the field with Milton Williams in Denver.
He's the best.
And Milt said to me, like, the only thing he wanted to talk about was how everybody was talking about how great Denver's offensive line was. Over and over and over again. And, I think that they're hearing, like, where the less players take that. Players don't want to, like, football teams don't want to be Cinderella. You know what I mean? Like, they want to be the biggest, baddest dudes on the block. And so I do think, and I do wonder a little bit if they wind up winning this game. Like that 0-1 team, this is to me, like maybe the primary similarity between this team and the 0-1 team. Most of America thought that team sucked coming into the Super Bowl, and they were going to get their doors blown off. Yeah. And the reality of it was that team was way more talented than we realized at the time. We just didn't know the players yet. And so that was Mike Vrabel himself. That was Teddy Bruschi. That was Lawyer Malloy. That was Ty Law. That was Troy Brown. That was Matt Light, who was a rookie at the time. More than anything else, that was Tom Brady, who was a game manager then, or seen that way. And so, eventually now you look back at that team and it's like, well, that team actually wasn't devoid of talent. And I do wonder if, because of the amount of things that they hit on in free agency in the draft, that maybe we'll look back on this team and they were a little more talented than we thought, win or lose.
Yeah, how did they acquire that talent? Because the roster certainly didn't look that way.
I thought the roster was very. I thought they'd gotten better, but I thought the roster was average coming into the year.
Right. We all knew Milton Williams was physically able to be this kind of player, and then but there was questions about how much he had actually played in Philadelphia, if he could be an every down. All right, Zolak, make with your big spill.
Jesus,
but
I'm not a big spill guy though.
That's fine.
Equating me with Zolak's a little offensive.
Yeah, well, it's just the first thing that popped to mind. Milton Williams. But hang on a second.
Sorry,
Jesus, Dan, please.
I just threw off the entire show with a little spilled coffee.
Well, Dan just used that as an opportunity to run rampant.
Oh boy, he doesn't like that at all.
What's the smile?
He doesn't like it.
Why would he not like that?
He doesn't like it. Nope.
Why would he not like that?
I don't know. Ask him. He's sitting right here. Why
don't you like it when I do your smile?
I don't mind.
You're lying.
I really don't.
You said opposite before the show started. You don't like him when he does that smile.
Oh, you said that off air?
Yes.
I did not say that.
Okay.
Why would you not like that? How is that offensive?
It's not.
I was going to say. What a weird thing to not like. Out of all the things I say, that one little smile thing I do is the big thing for you.
How was the show, Pam? You made fun of me again.
Yeah, well, I apologize, Pam.
With his tail between his legs. Hold me.
That's every night, John. Don't worry about it.
I bet Pam doesn't like that $200 you're bringing home. When you're done with this, when that paycheck comes, that's where the real money goes.
Yeah. Plain bill on my way to Foxborough.
Exactly.
It multiplies.
All right. But okay. So, but how? Like, where does this talent come from? And that's like a legitimate question.
Yeah. No. I think honestly, I think it's a part of it is like Mike Vrabel's ability to unify the building and. Like the people that were there, and you've heard me say it before, but like his ability to build a relationship with Elliott Wolf and them, and I think Elliott, like his ability to, and I think this is like really what we'll talk about next week when we're there. But like Elliott's strength is creating optionality for his personnel people. What he can do, and this is the way a lot of the Packers guys are, is all right, like. you tell me exactly what you want in this position, and I'm going to give you a half dozen good options, and then we'll talk through it and make a decision on who we're going to go and get. The problem with Gerard, and I love Gerard, like he was not ready for the job, clearly. The problem with Gerard is he didn't know what he wanted. And his staff, they didn't know what they wanted. And so it went from that to Vrabel coming in, and Vrabel is so specific in what they need at every position. And so, I mean, there's this story that I told about his first day. I don't think he even had it. Like, I think he was still in his suit from his press conference, and he walks into a room full of with scouts, and the scouts are in a free agency meeting. And he sits down, and like the scouts are taken aback, like, whoa, what's he doing in here? And he leveled off the room, and they start talking through the free agents. And then after a couple hours, Mike asked them, "Can I come back tomorrow and let's do the same thing with defensive players?" I think they were looking at offensive players that day, and it really set the tone where like the arranged marriage there between the existing personnel guys and Vrabel was off to a good start, and then they get going, and now all of a sudden it's okay, like we know exactly what we want, and it allowed them to target guys in free agency in a certain way and target guys in the draft. I think the two best stories are Kyrus Tonga and Craig Woodson, where Kyrus Tonga, his agent was surprised that the Patriots were calling on the first day.
Right.
And the reason why was because they saw it as he's a day 4 or 5 free agent. We're not going to hear from
Mike had a vision specifically,
but Mike
right?
had a vision. Mike had a vision, and Elliott went and found Tonga and said, "This is your type of guy." And Mike agreed, and they were in lockstep, and they moved forward. And on the first day of free agency, when no one else was calling, they went and got Kyrus Tonga. Craig Woodson's another example of it, where we're all surprised that there's a 4th-round pick starting, but they had such a clear vision for him. They viewed him on draft day as a day 1 starter. And so I think that's how the roster's gotten better. It's a lot of people there in lockstep. And again, that's a credit to Mike and his ability to build relationships with people and then get the most out of people. And it's not just the players. It's all the other people in the building.
Yeah, and this is all very good information. We can continue the conversation. We just need to take a break real quick. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines. Presented.
Do you even remember?
No, I'm fine. You can do whatever you want.
Well, I'm asking you because go ahead.
Matching what Bert said that last segment, how much of this also is, to me, if you're like a coach out there at any level, watching what happened with this Patriots team starting in January when he was introduced to now is a classic story of a coach knowing what he wants with a vision, with people around him, and energizing those people around him to get the job done. And then the players going out and him knowing all 90 on the roster in training camp and about their families and coming together. And then Mike having a vision every single game of this is, if we do this, this, and this, we can win. And just guys continually bought in. This may not happen another season. They may never have another season like that. Can it end in that storybook fashion, do you think, for this Patriots football team where everybody believes that they can win? Their defense believes they're better than people give them credit for. Drake can do what he's doing on an elite level in one game. Can that happen?
This is going to be by far the best offense they've played in the playoffs. The Seahawks are balanced. They have who I believe is the best receiver in football this year. And
where do you go to school?
Yeah. That has nothing to do with it, though. If you've watched him.
All right. He's good, but I don't know about the best in the league. He's very good.
John.
You think Jackson Smith and
he
Jake
almost broke. He had one of the top 4 or 5 statistical seasons.
He
really good.
It's him and Nakua, and he leads Nakua in some categories. That's absolutely not a wild statement by Bert.
Okay.
Yeah. Their running back is excellent now.
Michigan State.
The difference is they had 2, right? Like, and so they lost Charbonnet, but Kenneth Walker actually, going back to Michigan State, has always been at his best in the biggest games. Played really well in big games. Their offensive line now, if there's one weakness, it's their rookie guard is played unbelievable, and I think should be a Rookie of the Year candidate. Gray Zabel's his name, out of North Dakota State. The center and the other guard, that's where you might be able to make a difference. You know what I mean? Like where you're matching up with
Barmore, Milton Williams,
right?
Tonga.
And like being able to take advantage there might be a little something there. But I mean, it's a balanced roster. I don't think they're that far off. I know there are some people there who feel like they're on the front end of something, the same way they were 13 years ago, where there's just this group of young players that they're going to be able to keep together for a while. And this is we're on the front end of an extended run of success. And what's interesting about them is like all these guys play premium positions, right? So they've got the left tackle Cross, they've got the receiver JSN, they've got the quarterback Sam, they've got the defensive lineman in Leonard Williams, who's older, Byron Murphy, who's younger, DeMarcus Lawrence. And then in the secondary, they've got Devin Witherspoon at corner. They've got their Cam Chancellor guy, their Cam Chancellor type, and Nicky Minwari. Like there are some parallels with this team and what we saw 13 years ago.
What's more likely, a Patriots win or a blowout from Seattle?
I think the only thing I can't see happening is a Patriots blowout.
Yeah.
Bert, blast.
That's the.
That wasn't even on the table.
That's the only thing.
Wow.
That's the only thing. I could see a close Patriots win. I could see a close Seahawks win. I've had it in my head to like, is it possible that this is where we see just how good the Seahawks are? And that was what the Super Bowl in New York was, where that Seahawks team playing against the Broncos just completely overwhelmed them from a talent standpoint. And that was starting to happen, if you guys remember, in the Patriots-Seahawks Super Bowl in 2014. And then I think it was Michael Bennett. Was Bennett or Averill? One of them went down. The Patriots could not block the Seahawks. And then one of the D linemen went down with a concussion, and it changed the game completely. So, like I said, it's a really, really good Seahawks team. So I think the Seahawks could run away with it. Seahawks could win close. Patriots could win close. I don't see a Patriots blowout. That'd be the one outcome I don't see.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not saying they can't win. I think they have that there's a way to win the game.
Would you like to know something, a little factoid?
Sure.
John's heard this before. Mm-hmm. Mike McDonald is the first head coach of a Super Bowl team to call his own defensive plays.
Is that right?
I've heard the same factoid. Fred saves it. He saves it for just this moment, and it stuns people like you.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah.
Bill never did.
See, that was in the article. See, I didn't do my own research. I guess it's his research because I read the article. Yeah, I saw that. Rogan was talking about it.
That would be just awful if Bert's right.
I know. Listen, I know everything about science now in this because of Rogan. Is that Belichick was put on the table, but at least in theory, Belichick had defensive coordinators that were calling the defensive.
He had
plays.
Crennel for those first three, right?
Well, and then even Patricia was. Now we know from
in
this
theory.
Now we know
Patricia.
from the mic'd up, the Patricia taking credit for the Butler interception is false because we've heard audio from the sidelines of Belichick kind of taking over at that point. That's a late game situation, but in theory. Belichick was not calling defensive plays, in theory.
Interesting.
Do me a favor. Look that up, Bert. Make sure.
Well, Mike McDonald calls the defense in Seattle, too.
No, we're just talking about Belichick. And
Belichick.
No, I said, the whole premise is that Mike McDonald is the only Super Bowl coach to ever call his own defensive plays.
Can I give you another one? Stat?
Oh.
Is it going to overwhelm mine because I want to look good?
It's not near it. Not near it. But this is Evan Lazar. I was talking to him last night. The Patriots defense on 3rd and long, which is 3rd and 7+, is number 1 in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
The Seattle offense is 31st, second to last on 3rd and long. So that
there
might
you go.
decide the game right there.
So there could be a blowout.
And that's
Patriots.
the one.
No.
That's the one thing with that type of offense, the McVay Shanahan offense, which is what they run because Clint Kubiak is their offensive coordinator, is when you knock them off schedule. Because the whole premise of that offense is mirroring the run game and the pass game, and I don't like
the idea of that.
All the different elements of the passing game
Keep it safe.
are unlocked by what you're presenting in the run game. You're forcing them to defend this, so you're going to do this. There's 5 things off of every play, and if you get them in longer yardage situations, then it makes the play action a lot less effective because they're going to be less worried about defending the run. So, that certainly is part of the equation. But it's a Seahawks team that's been able to manage those situations really well. And by the way, I don't know what more proof people need on Sam Darnold. This is who he is now. It's been 2 years, Yep. It's been 2 years that he's played this way. And, yeah, he had a crappy performance in the playoffs last year. He threw for over 300 yards on the Rams defense in the NFC Championship.
But he's still, that's the thing the Patriots fans cling on to. He still has that little gene in him where he can spin into a ditch, too, at times.
Yeah, but, how many quarterbacks haven't had, a multi-interception performance in a big spot? I don't know. I've watched him a lot over the last 2 years, and it's really consistent the way he's played.
I think you know what I think it is, Bert. I think that the games that people have seen him in are the last 2 games of the Viking season last year, and that is hard to get out of your mind because he looked really bad against the Lions, and he looked really bad in that wild card game, and so I think that's just what people remember.
He was off the charts good in the NFC Championship.
Yes, well, yeah. But it's just when you see someone struggle, and also he's got that, that. The scarlet letter of being on the Jets and the unfair seeing ghost things, which was completely unfair to him.
That was I know that
we have to break.
The Jets were pissed at ESPN because I guess that was something he said in confidence to somebody.
Oh, wonderful!
Yeah, and it's also not not like a ridiculous thing to say. Drake May just said, "Wow, this is really hard."
It's a figure of speech.
Yes, exactly.
And you really screw the player. When he says no, Bill makes you see ghosts.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Listen,
that's not the first time somebody said it, but you say it while he's playing like crap.
Yeah,
you really screw
and he's
the player.
saying I'm seeing pressure that's not there. They're gotten to me. Yeah, you're a professional quarterback. It's obvious that it can be difficult at times. Bert, MMQB, safe travels to San Francisco. We'll talk to you soon.
And then Vrabel himself was voted the Sporting News Coach of the Year. Bruins wrapped up an 11-2-1 month of January with a 6-3 home win over Philadelphia at TD Garden last night. Elias Lindholm was already out, and Pavel Zacha didn't finish last night thanks to an upper body injury. But Casey Middlestat and Fraser Mitten each had a goal and 2 assists. The Bruins' next game is outdoors at Raymond James Stadium against Tampa Bay on Sunday night. Celtics play Sacramento at TD Garden this evening. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Jaylen Brown has hamstring and knee issues. He is listed as doubtful, and ESPN is reporting the Lakers are going to ask LeBron James to take a pay cut next summer. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the $14.99 Big Deal Meals at the 99. Like the juicy chopped sirloin, all Big Deal Meals are now available all day, every day for just $14.99. You gotta love the nines. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
Every pass, tackle, and of Super Bowl 60 will be heard here.
He tries to get outside. He does. He's got the first down.
The Patriots.
Great man to the knees for the final time.
The Seahawks.
Throws a deep ball down the right side. Jumps out. Intercept for New England.
Super Bowl 60.
They're headed to Santa Clara.
The home of the AFC champion New England Patriots. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Oh boy, I guess it's time for more Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
It's a world of laughter, a world of tears. It's a world
All right.
of hopes and a world of fears. There's so much
Of fears? They say it's a world of hope and world of fears.
I don't know.
Is it a world of fears, Danny?
Everything is, yeah.
What do you fear?
You.
John, did Dan really tell you that he didn't like when I did that smile?
Yes, he did.
How did he say it?
Yeah,
It wasn't. He's like, I'm not a fan of when Fred imitates me. I'm not a fan of that smile.
I
In
don't think
typical
I said
Dan
that.
Roach fashion.
I don't think I said that.
Is he lying, Dan?
I think he is.
I mean,
Let's
what's
give him the
worse, the
Pinocchio
smile
test.
or dining? All right. So the reason we're playing that music, by the way, we're Toucher and Hardy. The great Dan Roach is in for Hardy, as he is probably docking right now. He's not off that boat anytime soon.
No. It takes a while to get off a boat, too, doesn't it?
Oh, it's glorious, and to get your bags,
right?
it's just so great. Very good chance I'm never on a cruise again.
Me. Nope. One and done.
Yeah, I've probably been on 4 or 5 of them, but nonetheless, we are on YouTube. You can subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. You can download the podcast if you missed anything anywhere. You can get podcasts on Friday, I believe, or Monday, or one of these days. We were talking about Hardy's cruise. It was Monday or Tuesday. What, it doesn't matter. This week. And this woman called in. Her name is Brady, and she played in a Disney cruise production. She played Snow White in a musical. And she called in and she was talking about relationships on the boat and things of that nature. And is Brady with us right now? People started calling in and they said, get Brady's information. It turned out, for some odd reason, Brady and Adam follow each other on Instagram.
That we need to explore that further, but that's kind of.
I mean, who knows? Yeah. Who knows how that happened? But nonetheless, here we are. Brady, hello.
Good morning, Fred.
Good morning, and I thank you for only addressing me. I do appreciate that.
Good morning, Wallach. Good morning, Dan.
No,
thank you
now
very much.
Good morning, Brady.
Now you've ruined it. Just to remind people of who you are and why you're on the air with us, and especially to Dan Roach, can you tell us what you called in about?
So, once upon a time, several years ago, I lived, worked, and performed for 8.5 months on a Disney cruise ship.
Okay, and you played the role of whom?
I was dancing and singing Snow White, among other things. There were a total of 5 shows on the boat, so I did a bunch of other stuff as well.
But Snow White is like a big thing, and they had actual children playing the dwarves. They had children.
Really?
And how long were the children's run? Like a week? Did they have to swap them out every week?
So we only did the show, like that particular show, on like the second night of the cruise, and we did it twice. And then that was it for that cruise. And then you would do it again next week, because we did 7-day cruises, but then one time we did do a 14-day cruise. And hearing you talk about sea days, try having 3 days at sea.
Yeah, that's no good. 3 days at sea. That's like crossing the Atlantic. Yeah, and so there's 3 days at sea. That has to be a real what is it? A Caligula kind of situation on the boat. I would imagine that the staff gets, when you've been trapped in close quarters together, things can get supercharged, heated in that way.
It's a lot. It's a lot because you do live and work in this like kind of underground society of a cruise ship. You can go into guest areas, but you have to identify yourself as a cruise member. So you're never totally not working. So that's, if you want to see the sun, basically, you have to be Disney ready.
Okay, so that's why we have Dan here. Now, Dan, you have been going to Disney for how long?
Gosh, I've probably gone over, I was thinking this the other day, probably close to 40 times in my life.
Golly. Wow. And so you have...
I don't have issues, Brady. You know?
Okay, so you have two wonderful children, but
yes,
they are how
grown,
old?
Married, 30 and 27.
Okay, and so they have been probably over Disney age in terms of kids now for 15, 20 years. And so, Dan, do you always take your kids with you when you go to Disney?
No.
Okay.
So we're staying at Disney in March, Pam and I.
Just you and
Where
your
are
wife?
You staying?
Yes. I think this time we're staying. You know where we're staying? We're kind of off property. We're staying at the Swan or the Dolphin, one of those two.
Yeah. You know that motel in Kissimmee?
The Doubletree?
Yeah, not the Doubletree. I'm talking about. It's an independent motel in Kissimmee. Very high prostitution.
Dan, if you were a really big Disney fan, you would stay on property. So I'm not really sure right now.
Well, hold it right there, Snow White. I think we had options. We still may stay at either the Yacht Club or Boardwalk for a couple of nights. We're just not sure. Last March, we stayed at the Contemporary. So we stayed at Coronado Springs. My daughter is a softball coach in college, and she has her team down there. So we're going to go watch. We use it as a base. And when the Celtics played the Magic in the NBA playoffs a few years ago, I would come over on an off day and just sit, and I would park at the Swan or Dolphin and walk the boardwalk and things like that. Yeah. I just like the feeling of being on property.
Because nothing's closer to where the Magic played than Disney. It's only like what an hour drive. Yeah,
on four.
Yeah, I went to college in Orlando. I went to Disney a total of one time, and I didn't even really go to Disney. I went to a bar at whatever that stupid Paradise Island is. But Brady, the reason that you are on is that Dan is a Disney adult, and I just wanted to let him know what the people that play the characters or are in the productions that work for Disney think of the Disney adults. What is your opinion of the adults that are there without children?
Okay, so without children, there's a spectrum. Okay, let's be very honest.
I think that's safe to say.
There are some individuals who all they want is just to take pictures of the characters, and they collect them, and that's all they do. They just take pictures of the characters, not even themselves in it. The ones without children.
Now, have you talked to them? What is the reason for doing that?
I really have no idea. It's
Obsession?
A lot of folks, international folks, who come and just want to see the characters in their different outfits, because like, on our ship, we went to Alaska. So Mickey had this like Alaskan fisherman costume, and everyone was obsessed with it. Oh, yeah. Extremely rare.
Yeah. I have that card.
Yeah. That's but to speak of what Brady's saying about the international thing, like in South America, Disney is like considered this incredible like destination. Like people will have their honeymoons there, and that's how Crash met his wife, his third wife, no longer his wife, from Argentina. She was there alone, and she couldn't speak English, and Crash had a fast pass.
Oh.
So he got her to the front of the line.
That's how you woo her.
Yeah, and then they hung out for a day, and then she moved on up to Atlanta about a month later, and they started living together, and then they decided to get married, even though they had to speak through Google Translator.
Hey.
So Brady, like if Dan Roach is there, and he is there and he's walking around and he comes up to you, and it's him and his beautiful wife, but they are, they're no spring chickens. I mean, these are not kids, and they come up to you and there's no kids in tow. What do you think an average Disney cast member is thinking in their brain?
I'm going to say you spent a lot of money for something super specific, and I'm not really sure why. But I'm glad you're here because that's how I get paid.
That's the fake smile, though, and everything right there that went with I'm glad you're here, and that's how I get paid. Right?
Now, Dan.
Now, see, let me say,
Doesn't
I
it
would
ruin
never
it
do
for
that.
you?
I would never go up to Snow White. If I was walking around Disney and I saw Snow White, no disrespect, Brady, but I would never go up to you. I mean, I might
She
go,
was she's not some Snow White on the street. She was in an actual production.
Right, but if Mickey and Minnie were there or whatever, we might take our picture with them, but that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
that you draw the line there.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, because they're not people.
That's not corny. You know what I mean?
But doesn't it, I'm being serious, doesn't it kind of ruin it for you that the staff there think you're a loser?
I don't care.
You don't care at all.
The word loser.
No.
I'm not
Brady,
gonna
you're
use the
being
word
nice.
Loser.
You're okay. Then
I'm a
use
nice
the word that you
girl.
think it is.
Yeah, feel free to say
I
it, Brady.
think it's odd.
Yes.
It's odd.
Yes, and you're good to say that. Now I go back to
Do you think that he's a loser?
No, my premise is go ahead, you're fine to say that, Brady, but my premise is
I do not think that.
I just
look,
like to come on property. Like I wouldn't go on a Disney cruise with my wife, just her and I.
Yeah,
I like to go on property.
That'd be over the line.
And when I'm on property, I don't have to rent a car. I don't have to do anything.
We don't have to rent a car anywhere.
Well, no, I do.
But what are you doing on property? Are you going on the rides? Are you eating the food?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
what's the draw?
We'll hold on. We'll get there. We'll a typical day for us. We'll get there. We'll have a workout or what have you. Go have breakfast somewhere. And
This sounds very Disney specific.
Then we're gonna go. Then we're gonna go to the games that my daughter has. We do.
Oh
rent a
my
car for
God!
that.
Do you notice? Okay,
And then
say
we
there's
come
no
off
game.
property. Well, I haven't really been there many times when there's not games, and I'm there for a specific reason. I was an officiant 3 years ago for my nephew and his wife, who both worked at Disney. One still works at Disney. I married them in the Boardwalk area.
Okay, but what are you doing at Disney
But at Disney,
specifically?
if I go like last year, we went a lot to the Wilderness Lodge and that bar that sits on the water, and we just had dinner there. That's all, and we just hang out and talk. It's alone time for my wife and I. We're so busy we don't get that.
But you
And
go
it's
to
just a
Disney World
relaxing
to go
time.
to a bar?
Yeah, and then we'll walk around one of the parks or what have you, and I'll go on a couple of rides. I like some of the rides there, and we'll have fun. My wife will go on, the Buzz Lightyear ride and stuff like that. So we have a good time. What's wrong
Dan,
with that? What, Brady?
Have you ever been to a character breakfast?
Yes, 1,000 times.
Without kids?
No, not without kids.
Okay.
How old were your kids when you stopped going?
My daughter's like she'll go to. We went last year and there was. So
you have since your kids.
There were characters there. We didn't know it was a character breakfast. We went Animal Kingdom. We started there, and you know how Brady. I don't know if you had that exclusive club, the 33 Club.
Yes, I do know about the 33 Club.
One of our friends lives down there. He moved his family down to Orlando because
Is it
of that.
for 33-year-old virgins and above?
Yeah. So we went with him all 4 parks in one day. That was our one day at Disney, like having a good time on the rides and things like that. And I'll go on the rides with my daughter, the coasters and stuff like that. So
yeah,
she just is a big fan of it. We like it. What's the matter with it? Well, what do? You go to freaking rock concerts and stuff. That's a blast, Fred.
Yes.
I can't hear for 3 days afterwards, and I go see Guns N' Roses because it's cool.
That's right.
This is what I do.
I go see Guns N' Roses
Yes.
from 1987.
And Brady, I have all the respect in the world for you. It's a tough job.
But
It's not easy.
Brady, isn't it odd that he has so much respect for you, but you have no respect for him? What a one-way street we're on.
Never
That's my
said
life.
that. No.
But you do think that he's a loser for going to Disney without children.
I never said the word loser. I need to make sure.
Odd. There's no need to be Disney ready now.
Odd. You think
this is
it's
just how I
odd.
am at all times. This is how I am at all times.
You're dancing
boy.
around this, Brady.
But
Yeah.
you do find it odd.
I find it odd. I mean, if you're not there for like the specific, I'm going on the rides or, there's this parade I want to see, like being super specific about it, but you're just going there and you could go anywhere else and have the same experience.
Are there people that fetishize the characters?
Oh, good question.
There's a no
Probably.
Have you ever had issues though with that? Like have you ever been afraid of people,
man.
like a stalker or something
Yes.
like that?
Oh, absolutely.
I can see
Yes,
that.
absolutely.
Yeah,
That's terrible.
yeah.
What happened?
Like, so maybe they can only go within 20 feet of you. I've
All right.
never had that happen, Fred.
Okay. Let Brady tell the story, Dan. You asked
Sorry.
a good question.
Sorry,
So, Brady, what happened?
So, it's happened like a couple of times, especially when you're on the boat. because the boat is its own enclosed little floating city, and someone will just get really interested. And then they will see a character, they'll interact with the character, they'll get a little weird, a little odd, and you're like, okay, we're going to go now. And then we're allowed to be out in guest area, like as ourselves. And then when people start coming up to those folks and being like, I know who you are. And you're like, oh, okay. And, you're not really allowed to say anything, but they're like, yeah, that's our little secret. And you're like, I'm going to go now. I'm going to go back into the bowels of the ship because this is too much. And like some people just try to follow you around even when you're in or out of costume. It can get a lot.
Okay, because and that's, I think, what civilians like me don't understand is that so I took my kids on a Disney cruise. My son was probably 9, my daughter was 7. And it's like 3 days into the cruise, and there's I can't remember what character. One of the characters, like a woman's dressed as one of the characters, and all these adults are lined up taking pictures with him. And my kids said, "Why do people care about the person in the costume?" And I go, "I don't know." And then they said, "What's the point of this boat?" Like, because really, like,
what's deeper there? What's the point of Disney, right?
That's sort of what the thing was.
Yeah.
Like, if you know it's people in a costume, like, what's the point anymore? And when my kids raised that to me, and look, Dan, I don't have a problem with you going to Disney. I just wanted to ruin it for you by having someone who's actually worked there tell you that what they think of you. But as soon as and that's the thing that I would say, Brady, that is so odd is that, like, if they know that you're not the character, like, if you get to the age where you know that that's not true, then what the hell are we doing anymore? That know what I'm saying?
They don't care. There is just some, and I think you talked about it earlier this week, that the suspension of disbelief that people just don't care. And I will say, even though I worked there, anytime I saw a character, even if I knew who it could possibly be, I was still kind of excited. And it is one of the best jobs I've ever had. Would I go back now? No, but I'm also older, wiser, and a little more financially secure, so unnecessary.
All right. You still going to go back there, Dan, even though they look down on you?
I don't care. You know what I mean? I'll go talk to Belle and Jasmine. I won't,
You just avoid Snow White from now on?
Snow White.
Brady, I am totally kidding, so it's fine. You know what I mean?
It's absolutely fine, Rich.
The other thing I find is how hard a job it is for you and for all the people that work there, the people in the costumes and stuff.
Well, she was a performer.
Sucks, especially in that weather in Florida.
But the thing is, she was in was in the production. She wasn't someone that was like standing around the park.
Can I ask, how many people that you've worked with or yourself have aspirations of a Broadway career or things like that, and this is their starting point for that?
Thousands. I mean, I moved to New York in 2012, and that was my first job. I went to the audition on a total whim. I booked it, and then come January 2012, I'm living in Toronto, rehearsing. And then after 2.5 months in Toronto, they flew us to the West Coast because we were West Coast based. But everyone on that ship, this is not the end game. This is a way not to pay rent, a way to get free food, see some of the world, and then go back to New York, have some money, and audition.
Right.
And see what comes next.
Believe it or not, Dan, that was a great question. It's not the end game. They don't want to be cruise ship performers for the rest of their life.
People do. Some people do.
Well, then that's insanity. That's like if you asked to stand up on a boat. Like, is this your dream? No, I want to be on. I want to be a touring comic. I don't want to be on a boat. All right, listen. Brady, the first time you called in, everyone was wanted to hear from you again, and now I do think that you've knocked Dan down a peg. We'll have to investigate off air. But Brady, anything you can do to bring Dan and his facade of happiness down, I do appreciate. So thank you so much, Brady.
That's what everyone tries to do, by the way. They try to bring me down because I'm happy every day and I love what I do for work and I love my wife and kids. So
yeah, that's the problem.
You're good.
People are always like, the way you love your wife and kids.
It's true.
All right, Brady. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome, guys. I'll chat with you soon, and go Pats.
All right, there you go.
Thanks.
All right,
Thanks,
thank you, Brady. All right, we'll be back in just a moment
bye.
with Cedric Maxwell.
Toucher.
No idea what you're talking about.
Here's more of The Thing on the Sports Hub.
It's one of those nights. They play better than us.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you guys doing this morning?
We are well. You're friendly with Dan Roach, are you not?
Love Danny Roach. Danny Roach is my guy. He was. We've been on these different
rooftops.
Rooftops together. Yeah, when we were doing some hits back in Boston when we were playing the Lakers in the finals. And Dan Roach is a brilliant young man.
Is that true? Are you a brilliant young man?
I don't know. Brilliant is the right word, but sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Max.
Max, there's been a lot of talk about Jason Tatum coming back, and he seems to be kind of on the fence. With the way the team is playing right now, and what is your feeling about whether or not he should come back?
I think he comes back when he wants to. If he's wavering at all, then no. I think one of the things for athletes in particular to me is the fact that once you get hurt, now there's a question mark about your ability. You question your own ability until you step out on the floor. And then there's also frustration when you have an injury. Remember Rondo coming back and after he tore his knee up and he came back, he had a big brace on his knee, and he got so frustrated he couldn't do what he was doing before, and he just threw it down. The player has to get over the fear of coming back, especially if you've never had an injury. We're talking about Jason Tatum, who's never had an injury before. And I look at him sometimes when I see him and he's around the team. You are with the team, but you're not with the team until you compete. And so I think there are a lot of things going through his mind, but the biggest thing that I see is the fact that there's the unknown. And the worst thing for any athlete is the unknown. And because he is probably doesn't know where he's at and he won't know where he's at until he steps on the floor. And that's the hurdle he has to get over.
Is there any way that the team steps in and if let's say Jason Tatum waits until the beginning of April and says, okay, I'm ready now. Is there a way that the team says, you know what, at best you're going to be in on minutes restriction when you come back, and then we have the playoffs right after that? Is there any way they would stand in his way?
I don't think they would unless they feel, John, what I talk to people about is if he is well, I think that they're going to support that. And the people I've talked to before, the thing they've told me, it's about the healing. He said the Achilles is healed, but he said it's the muscle around the leg, the pushing off. That part is they are able to actually measure that now. So I think that they're going to do their due diligence to make sure that he comes back and he's 100%. They're not going at all. They're not going to rush him back, but I don't think they're going to impede his progress. And that depends on how his health is.
Max, over the years, you've got to know Jason Tatum as well as anyone. Put yourself in his shoes. You were a player. If you were Jason Tatum, what would you be thinking at this point where you're at with this specific team doing so well in your ability to come back and be a part of this team?
Well, that's a fair question, Dan. And the reason I think it is, and I know a little bit about it, is when I got hurt in 1984-85 season and trying to come back from an injury. They were playing well. Kevin McHale came in and solidified that position. And there were questions in my mind about coming back because at that time, the team did not have – they had their best interest in mind. I don't think that your best interest as a player, because if you looked at how I played, I had no spring. I could run, but I had no quickness, nothing in my leg. And it was essentially like, we want to win a championship. I think that's the worst thing that happened to me during my career is the fact that when I played, I did not know how to be hurt. See, what people want sometimes is they want you to mope around, they want you to be humble, and they want you to be, oh, woe is me, oh, my knee. And I was the same person. I was smiling. And I think because of that, some of my teammates did not understand that. And in my book, I wrote that. I said, if there was one thing I regretted during my career was the fact I did not know how to be hurt. And I couldn't take that role. So for me, if I look at it, trying to come back, I would love to come back. If I'm him, I put myself in his position. But I'm also questioning, again, my ability because I have not stepped on the floor. And I've never, look at Jason Tatum. He's never had an injury like this. So the unknown for any player is scary.
Wait, you didn't know how to handle yourself when you were hurt because you were not acting like morose enough?
Yeah, I think that.
Is that fair to you, though, Cedric? I mean, you look back on that and you regret that? Like, that seems like that's not your problem.
It's more about the player and the players who are around you. And because I was trying to come back, but I was, laughing, being the same person, and I wouldn't complain, woe is me. And I think that the wrong impression, the wrong impression came over to people saying I wasn't working hard enough, and I really didn't care about the game. If there's one thing that pissed me off is the fact that you were questioning my integrity after I bust my ass for the last 8 years playing for this team. And then all of a sudden it was like, well, I'm not sure if he wants to come back. He's not working hard enough. That was some BS. And that pissed me off more than anything. But again, it was more about me putting out there that, I was hurt and other people didn't understand it. And it seemed like it was more on me. I should, maybe if I'd moped around and been like, whoa, I've been like slept rocked or something on my knee and, complain. But I was the same person.
That doesn't seem conducive to the team or health, though, right? Like, if you're self-pitying, doesn't seem like a good, like, psychological advice, right? Like, oh, you're not pitying yourself enough. And it also, I don't know. It's strange that it was taken that way. It's strange that, that just seems odd to me. It seems that you'd want someone who was positive around the team. If you're going to be around the team, it seems almost selfish, right? To act like woe is me because you're only concerned at that point about yourself.
Well, the best compliment I had ever as a teammate came from Kevin McHale. And that was after he solidified that position. He said, well, I didn't know how Cedric was going to be when I was around him, and I had taken that spot. And he said, you know what? You were the same person. You were very positive. You were encouraging. And he said that at his retirement. And that was the coolest thing that was ever said. But as a team, especially during the 80s, Red Auerbach wanted to win another championship. We wanted to win back-to-back. And they felt I was the key to doing that. And I said, man, I must have been a hell of a player if I think that I had 4 Hall of Famers. And the fact that they couldn't win is because lowly me couldn't come back. So it kind of pisses me off. But at the same time, it kind of makes me a little proud of the fact that you thought I was that good or I was that good to make that kind of difference.
Max, we're not going to talk to you again before the trade deadline, and I'm watching Neemias Queta sit out and the Celtics really struggle. Do you still feel the same way you felt last week, that maybe you want to hold on to Simons, or would you trade him for a big man at this point?
I don't know what they want to do, John. And then when you say me, it gets back to the Celtics like I'm the one making the trade.
This is very important. They're glued in. Our opinions matter. That is true.
It happened the same way when somebody made mention talking to Rondo. I said, when he was going to be a free agent, I said, yo, man, how much would it take for you to sign a new contract here? He said $10 million a year. And that was a little outlandish. And I was on one of these shows, and so they were asking. I said, well, Rondo thinks it was, cost about $10 million. Well, one reporter goes to Danny Ainge at the time, said, Max said that it was $10 million, and Danny was pissed. Danny said, his comment was, we don't negotiate through Max. And the same thing about right now, the Celtics. They don't negotiate, through me if Simons is going to be traded or whatever. But what we do know, factual, is that they want to go down in the tier. and go down a tier, and there's salaries out there that have to be moved around for them to go down in that tier. Is Simons a person? Would I love to keep him? Yes, I would love that he was on this team. But there are also salary constraints that Brad Stevens is looking at. Boy, did I tap dance then? But that was pretty good.
Well, I mean, you flat out admitted you didn't want to say anything, so it wasn't so much of a tap dance as it was laying down.
Excuse me, gentlemen. For Black History Month, you guys can call me Mr. Bojangles right now, because that's what I just did. I just tap danced.
I have your permission to do that. I can do that, and there can be no repercussions. All right, Cedric Maxwell, excellent job as always. Look forward to talking to you soon.
Just Bojangles. That's all right, Mr. Bojangles. That's okay.
No, you said it right the first time. All right,
Mr. Bo. It's me saying it. Don't worry about you.
Oh, I'm not concerned at all. You can say whatever you want. It's not me. I just want your permission so I can just next time you come on, I can call you that.
On my tombstone, I'm writing Mr. Bojangles. Okay, the way I tap dance to that thing. That was
very
all
good.
Right, have a good one.
All right, thank you, Cedric.
See you, Max.
Right.
See ya.
Appreciate the time. Caller number 10 to the contest line, 617-931-0985. We'll score a 4-pack of snow tubing tickets to the Neshoba Valley, the Neshoba Tubing Park, and a $50 gift card to the Outlook Restaurant. Visit Neshoba Valley Ski Area in Westford, Mass., or online at skineshoba.com. There was some Bellichick news that came out that got me upset, actually, but that turned out not to be true. But then in research, I did find something that would be fun. So let's do that. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Patriots practiced indoors yesterday in Foxborough. They will fly to the West Coast Sunday in preparation for Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara against Seattle. Drake May limited with a sore right shoulder. Harold Landry, Robert Spillane, and offensive lineman Thayer Munford all sat out the workout. They'll be back indoors this morning down in Foxborough. Bruins beat Philadelphia at TD Garden 6-3. That's 9 straight home wins for the Bruins. Their next game is outdoors at Raymond James Stadium on Sunday against Tampa Bay, and the Celtics play Sacramento at TD Garden tonight. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Jaylen Brown has hamstring and knee soreness. He is listed as doubtful for the game tonight. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Catches Law. At Catches, they specialize in helping those who have been injured not only from a one-time incident, but from a lifetime of hard work and labor. Does this sound like you? Visit CatchesLaw.com. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9 o'clock.
More Toucher and Hardy on the way on the Sports Hub.
Bernardi for now, Bernardi for life.
Drive into the new year with a new car from Bernardi Toyota. Lease the all-new 2026 Corolla LE for $199 per month for only $19.99 cash or trade down. Celebrate the new year at Bernardi Toyota. Approved credit, no security deposit required. Taxes and fees excluded. $4.99 dealer fee offer expires 2/4/26.
The 99 Restaurant's $14.99 big deal meals always hit the spot. They're big on flavor, big on comfort, and big on value. And now you can dig into these hearty favorites any day of the week. That's right, the $14.99 big deal meals are available all day, every day. So now you can have the roasted turkey dinner all week long. Hurry in today or every day for any one of our $14.99 big deal meals.
been a very long time since we played.
I just had the exact same thought hitting that play button. I was like, wow, it's been like months.
We always play Girls Like Status by the Hold Steady when we're going to talk about Jordan and Bill because it's applicable.
You got it.
I really like the Hold Steady.
Yeah, me too.
Big fan. Yep. There's no reason you wouldn't like this band. They're incredibly influenced by Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, well, then I'm in.
I'm in.
Good. Thanks.
Maybe a little too cerebral for you two Nimrods, and I use the word Nimrod.
Yeah, that's a little fierce. Slow down there, big
Bringing
man.
it back to the 1979. All right, so yesterday I'm minding my own business. I'm at the Bruins game, which I bravely went to because even though I am under the weather, I had made plans. I wanted to go, so I went. I had agreed. Someone had tickets they had purchased, so I said I had committed to it. I'm a good friend. And I got a couple people texting me. It was this report. It said Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson are reportedly no longer dating. Breaking news. And I was like, oh, Jesus, come on. Like, this is no fun. Like, he's what, is he stopping making mistakes now, Bill? And it turns out that's BS. So it was from I don't know how it got around so much either, because it's from some random Twitter account with like NCAA in it, and it's like a name with NCAA. I don't know how it got around, but I encourage everyone to get the hell off Twitter. It's all bots and stuff now. Like, what are you doing on Twitter? Even as to to collect information, it's just completely unnecessary. But regardless, but to see before I knew it was fake, I Googled Jordan Hudson, which, believe it or not, I don't often do, but I did do it. In fact, I forgot about that until he didn't make the Hall of Fame. And the more I think about not making, and my parents are leaving St. John today. They were for 2 weeks. And I talked to my mom yesterday, and she's like, I'm so upset that I didn't get to, she didn't know I was sick on Wednesday. She's like, I'm so upset I didn't get to hear you talk about Bill Belichick not making the Hall of Fame. And I'm like, I don't really care. But now that I think about it, good. F him. Prick. Whatever makes him unhappy is fine with me. But here, you know what? We've talked about one of the most interesting things that we've done recently is Sam Darnold, because he's in the Super Bowl, came up. And, he was drafted by the Jets, and Adam Gase was the coach at the time. And we started talking about it. It was all revolving around the Patriots, so give us some birth here. And we went, what's Adam Gase been up to? Because Adam Gase was a total disaster as a head coach. Well, since he's been the head coach of the Jets, he's not coached anywhere. But he is involved in the television company that Patricia and Belichick have. So it got us to talking about what a group of idiots Belichick is down to surrounding himself with. When you surround yourself with yes men, your circle of brain trust gets to be so small that it's absolutely ridiculous. And so it's Mike Lombardi and Adam Gase. I mean, real idiots. Mike Lombardi is an idiot. I'm trying to be funny a lot of the time. I'm very caustic. I understand that. Lombardi's legitimately a fool.
But I do it on the typewriter.
I mean, he types on a typewriter, so he's smart. Dun-dun. That shows you the depth of his intellectualism. But this is great. So this is from Yahoo. So it originally appeared in the Sporting News, which exists still, I guess. But Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson engagement talk grows after Hall of Fame snub. So this is in a publication of some sort. The Sporting News used to be a real thing. And it's on Yahoo, so that still exists.
Yep.
So this isn't a tweet. Everyone seems to want to know what Bill Belichick's next move with his 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, will be. And it is true. We all want to know.
Yeah.
That's right. What other Airbnb in a less desirable area of Metro Boston will they be staying in? And his friends are apparently giving him advice on how he should handle the next steps of his relationship. Just days after Belichick's 73, again, he's 73, his girlfriend's 24. it's just so funny to me. I got tired. I'm 51. I got tired shuffling snow. Was snubbed from entrance into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. His inner circle is reportedly encouraging the UNC head football coach to marry Hudson in an effort to get revenge against the voters who blocked his 2026 induction.
What?
That makes absolutely no sense at all. Not even close.
This is on Yahoo. I'm not making it up. This is an article that was written.
It's words. It's
impossible.
The unveiling of the Hall of Fame class will be announced. There's no question that the move would grab some attention. Friends have joked that he should get engaged or married on the day of the Hall of Fame. That would easily steal away attention. But he wouldn't want to do that. It will remain a joke because he has too much respect for the people and wouldn't be that petty. He wouldn't want to disrespect those that are actually getting inducted. So obviously Lombardi, let's face it, this is Lombardi. Talked to someone and he said, wouldn't it be funny if Bill got engaged? I know it's a joke, but it's a joke that he thinks is based in reality. Wouldn't it be funny if Bill got engaged? It would take all the attention away from the Hall of Fame. Ooh, what an incredible thing to divert attention from. Wow, oh no, not the Pro Football Hall of Fame announcement that the world
so much sympathy for.
That the world is on the edge of their seats about. Wait a second, you think you could distract away from something no one cares about? Wow, really? What? Who gives a rat? Who was it? If you guys might be able to do it, but I'll ask Ryan, do you know who was inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame last year? Off the top of your head? Of course not, because no one cares. Who cares?
Correct.
Lombardi's wouldn't it really throw a wrench into their plans? Yeah, no kidding. Belichick, that moron, marrying a 24-year-old that's ruined his life, that's going to garner a little bit more attention than who makes the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
They want to do it on Hall of Fame weekend?
The notion is that wouldn't it be funny, if Bill got engaged because it would rip all the attention away from the Hall of Fame, which no one cares about.
It's impossible.
It's just that's Lombardi's little brain in his stupid bubble thinking anyone gives a rat's ass about the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Oh no. At the end of the day, do you care at all if Kraft gets into the Hall of Fame? The only reason I don't want him to get in is because he wants it so bad. Who cares if? First of all, I don't care who gets in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I'm never going to Canton in my entire life if I can help it. Second of all, owners, who cares? Big deal. You're making enough money. What do you need? More accolades?
The only reason I care is because he's been left out for so long. If he just was elected the first tribe, I wouldn't care as much. But the fact that it's egregious that he is not in,
so egregious.
Leads more attention.
It's so egregious.
Good for him.
So egregious.
As you get older, Fred, it's nice to get these honors. Wait till you go into the Radio Hall of Fame one day.
I can't. My
First
ex-partner's agent is in president of the Hall of Fame. That's not happening.
Now we know why you hate Hall of Fames.
Well, it's always been a dream to be in the Radio Hall of Fame. I mean,
I knew it.
I don't know if I could die without being in the Radio Hall of Fame.
I didn't know that.
When I got all my? You want to know when I
How
got?
do you feel about it, Fred?
You want to know when I got 95% of my awards? Because I broadcasted from home, and there's a room I never used where I hung up and have the awards. I got 99% of my awards in my early 20s. That's when I got radio and records awards and creative loafing awards.
Correct.
I got a Marconi, 11 years ago now or something. By the way, Howard Stern wasn't in the Radio Hall of Fame until fairly recently. Get out of here with the Radio Hall of Fame. The Radio Hall of Fame. I mean, I would go if they inducted me into it. I would certainly go. But let's not look for that to happen
John,
anytime soon.
Listen to him. I would go.
There would have to be a
downplay.
There would have to be a death at the top.
I was just going to say that was a block I didn't know about. I didn't know that he was in charge of that.
Well, I'm not. This is complete conjecture on my part, but I'm not convinced part of the thinking of my ex-partner acquiring that agent wasn't his involvement with the Radio Hall of Fame, and I don't know that at all to be true. But I'm sure it wasn't a strike against him.
Oh, man, that's so funny. I had no idea.
All right.
That's great.
Yeah. He was Rush Limbaugh's syndication guy. All right.
Syndication, you say?
Triumph that.
There's
huge
still
plan.
time.
Yeah, right. All right. Especially now with nothing better than that, nothing more lucrative. All right. We'll be back in just a moment.
You're listening.
Foxborough yesterday, Drake May listed as limited. Harold Landry, Thayer Mumford, and Robert Spillane all missed the workout. The team will be back out there again indoors late this morning. In other Patriots news, Mike Vrabel was voted the Sporting News NFL Coach of the Year. Bruins won their 9th straight home game last night. They beat Philadelphia 6-3 at TD Garden. Casey Middlestat and Fraser Minton each had a goal and 2 assists. Bruins have now only 2 games left before the Olympic break. Their next game is outdoors Sunday night. They'll play Tampa Bay at Raymond James Stadium. Celtics continue their homestand against Sacramento tonight. Jaylen Brown has been listed as doubtful with a tight hamstring and a right knee contusion. Starting center Neemias Queta is expected back after missing a game due to illness. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. And ESPN is reporting the Lakers are going to ask LeBron James to take a pay cut next off-season. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by 128 Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric, the company that finishes every job strong. If your home or business has a plumbing, HVAC, electrical, or drain issue that can't wait, you need to call 128 now at 888-CALL-128. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
Mays under center, off center.
Drake May.
Throws down Drake really quick, working traffic. Off balance, through the end zone. Top right, pass is going to be.
Drake May plays on one station in Boston.
Here's another Drake May moment. Drake May.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
It's never changed. It's never changed. It's the same thing over and over and over and over. It's just never good. It wasn't funny the first time.
Toucher and Hardy, morning.
Crown Royal.
Ow, Nick! You're still using my audio. It's the only way you're gonna hear my voice.
Now, you don't... No, Kenner's not going to know, and I even forgot, but Dan, you've done Shooting the Breeze before, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
It's with all the excitement of the Super Bowl and everything. I forgot that whenever the partner is out, that I generally do a segment called Shooting the Breeze. And what is Shooting the Breeze? Someone had emailed yesterday, and they said, why aren't you doing it with Dan? This is the perfect segment for Dan. What it is just your phone calls, 6-1... It's a very difficult segment. It's your phone calls, 617-779-0985. And Dan, what it is you would describe it kind of like
torture.
Just being, well, that's surprising to me, Dan, because you seem like a guy who could kick back in a rocking chair in small town America.
Yes.
And just as people, now you're perking up, and just as people walk by.
It's like Mayberry, right?
Yeah. Like, it's like, everyone's getting the paper in the morning, and in anywhere
coffee.
America, a cup of coffee, and people are.
See you tomorrow, Bill.
People are talking about just the comings and goings. It doesn't have to be anything where you got a hot take or anything of that nature.
It's like Cooperstown.
Is that how Cooperstown is?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With a lot of memorabilia.
Oh, you. That was funny. Kendra Middleton is here. She is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook, and Kendra can be in for this segment as well. We want to
That's
Kendra
be different, Kendra.
I know. I texted 12 last night, and I was like, should I bring like early Super Bowl stuff? What do you want to do? And he texted me this morning. He was like, hey, he never forgets to get back to me. He was like, forgot to get back to you. We're going to do Shooting the Breeze this morning.
Have you done Shooting the Breeze?
No, never.
Everyone loves Shooting the Breeze. I'm not taking Blind Scott or Mike the Leprechaun, so you can feel free to take it of them.
Can I veto someone as well?
Yes.
Just in case, if Jake from Boston calls, out.
I don't know Jake from Boston.
Okay, perfect.
So that wouldn't be the thing. But I can't take Blind Scott and Mike the Leprechaun. It's not going to be an everyday thing. Once a week, maybe you two can go at it, but that's going to be about it. All right, Gabe, go ahead, Gabe.
Hey, Fred, love the segment. I agree. Once a week is good. If you do it too much, it will just start getting, you'll hate them now. You'll hate them even more, actually.
Well, I don't hate them, but yeah, I don't need to talk to them every day. No, there's no question about it. Yes.
I just wanted to talk about, you were talking about, on Yahoo, that article, was crazy.
Yeah.
These nowadays, like on X, Twitter, whatever, it's all about clickbait. Even like the New York Times, like Twitter handle, will say something BS just to get you to click to go to the website, and it will be something totally different. And real quick, I know you don't like Twitter and X, But on there, they have this thing called Grok, like not Grok.
Yeah, I'm
but
aware
Grok.
of all that stuff, and with the Elon AI thing.
Feel like shooting the breeze?
I told you, Kendra. Do you ever listen to the ASMR?
No, it's not my thing.
Well, you're missing out. Do you either of you ever? Yeah,
We've
you
had
do,
a
John.
long conversation about this. Oh,
so
yeah. A lot.
I am a huge fan of ASMR. Now, it cannot show the person's face. Regardless of gender, it cannot show the person's face. It needs to be, and people seem to understand that as well. There's a lot of them that are POV, but I had to, and I'm not talking about porn. I'm talking about ASMR. There is I almost can't do it anymore because my YouTube algorithm, speaking on this clickbait, is like, is the biggest disaster of all time. Or someone said something, like a politician said something that's like insane, or someone on TV did something insane, and you click on it, and it's like a guy with the video queued up, and then you're like, well, this isn't even the clip of the guy. What do I care what this jackass has to say
Still
about
shot
it?
with the guy in the lower right-hand
Like,
corner.
you're not being
bitching and
funny.
moaning.
Like, if it's like Robert Kelly or Jim Norton, they're like, we're going to make fun of or even Anthony. If you're going to make fun of something and you're like a comedian, fine. But if it's just, you're going to just prognosticate all over the clip, and then it upsets me, and that's anti-ASMR vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's shooting the breeze. Mike wants to talk to you, Dan.
Oh, John.
Mike, hello.
Hey, Dan.
Yo.
Hi, how you doing? Hey, good morning, guys. Hope everything's going well. Listen, I want to talk a little bit about your Nason college days.
Nason
College. I'm sorry, in Springvale, Maine.
Oh,
Yes,
how bad you did in high school. For someone with so little personality, you were not into the books, huh?
What are you talking about?
So
It doesn't sound like a very good school. Go ahead. Go ahead,
No.
Mike.
Sorry, I mean, I have a unique perspective. I have a place, and I wondered if you ever swam up at like Square Pond or Mousom Lake or anything like that back in your college days.
No, sir, but sounds nice. Sounds real nice.
No, right up the road, right up Route 109. You never went up that way?
No.
You never made it up Route 109, did you, Dan?
If I'd have known about the country store there, I would have.
Are we sure that you've never been up Route 109? This is what Shooting the Breeze is all about.
No, Fred.
Is there any other more local landmarks along that college? Is anyone else shocked that Dan didn't go to a better school?
He went to Syracuse eventually.
You did?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've told you this story.
No, I thought you went to Syracuse. I didn't, but you transferred in.
When I was in seventh grade, I wanted to do two things. I wanted to be a sports journalist, broadcaster, whatever.
You had given up on the athletic career at that
No, but I
young
wanted
age.
to play college baseball somewhere.
Ah.
So when I was a senior, I'd already been accepted to Syracuse and put down deposits and everything. I was playing in our state tournament game, like a semifinal, and I had the game of my life, second baseman. I was a 280 hitter. I went like 5 for 5, turned 2 double plays up the middle, like unassisted and everything else. And there happened to be a baseball coach who was there from Nassau College who was watching our catcher, who eventually went with me. And he came up to me and he said, "Are you going anywhere to play baseball?" I said, "No, I'm going to Syracuse." He said, "Well, I need a second baseman. If you want to come, Division III school, you want to start, you'll start as a freshman, you'll play." So I said to my dad, "What do you think?" And he said, "If you want to go for that part of your dream, go." So I went for 1 year, got there. So here's the other thing, too. I dedicated my entire life to it. I left in early August, and I weighed 185 pounds. And when I came back to play Merrimack College in early October, I weighed 158 pounds. So I did everything. I worked out, hit everything to play college baseball. And October 1st, the dean of the college comes out and says, "We're going bankrupt. We may not make it through the year." So nobody cared at that point. So it was like a gap year. Played college baseball, had a blast, and I transferred to Syracuse.
Why didn't you walk on at Syracuse?
Because they didn't have a program. They had a club baseball program, but it wasn't that good.
You got an answer for everything, my friend. And that's what Shooting the Breeze is all about. It's all about given Rochi the runway to clear himself out of going to a bad college. Gary, go ahead.
Rochi, I love you. I got to ask if you know that you have this tip when you get in awkward situations. You repeat the phrase, "and what have you." Do you know that you say that?
No, I don't even think about things like that. I'm just doing, my.
You're saying it's like
stuff.
Beetlejuice,
right?
When he goes, "Who, me?"
So he'll be like with the Disney princess. He starts getting nervous, which I understand, and he starts just ripping off and what have you after every single statement he makes. I love you. I'm not calling to poke fun. I just wanted to know if you realize you do that.
Yeah, Dan, do you know that you have that problem? I still don't understand what it was.
At the end of the day, I don't. And what have you?
That was kind of mean.
Oh, no, that's nothing, Kendra. Are you kidding me?
Kendra,
that's
do
some
you...
of the nicest things people have said.
Now, Jacksonville's just in the same state as Disney, but do you have a thought on adults that go to Disney?
I went to Disney every single week in high school.
In Jacksonville?
I was homeschooled. We went every Friday. Season passes when I was growing up were like $100. I know even to this day where I'm not a Disney adult by any means. I have no desire to ever go back to Disney ever, but my high school boyfriend loved Disney. And I know where every single camera is on every single ride in every single park.
Why is that?
Because I went every single week.
I know that, but why were you looking for cameras?
How far?
So do you get your
Because
picture?
you get your picture taken.
John,
of course.
You go like this. Wait, Fred, you go.
Whee!
So you were homeschooled, but instead of going to school, you went to Disney.
Yeah, because you could do your work whenever you wanted. It wasn't like you had to be in class from like 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. type of thing. As long as your work was done, it didn't matter.
Was there a reason you were homeschooled?
Yeah, I was bullied really bad, and my mom pulled me out of school because I, believe it or not, was super ugly until late in life. I had no teeth in the front of my mouth on the left side of my face. I was weird. I had way too much eyeliner. Yes.
So so the boyfriend was like, "We're going to Disney every day," and you felt like you weren't worthy, so you agreed to go to Disney every day.
What?
Every Friday.
So like it wasn't your decision to go to Disney every day, but maybe you were so.
Oh, it was just fun to go. Like we paid $100 for the entire year, and it was just something to do.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Fred. She had fun.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, you should apologize.
Right.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
What is she having fun for? All right.
Let's see some.
You're just mad.
Right.
You don't know where all the cameras
Yeah.
are on the rides at Disney.
Well, yeah, I'm a little angry about that,
Right.
but I don't think that you have to poke at me now.
Let's go see some act in mid-June that's going to be a great concert. Come on.
I go to so many shows. That's right. I mean, my life is so fun. You've hit the nail on the head. When I'm at Concord Carlisle High School today at 5 o'clock, or when I'm in Worcester watching a JV girls basketball game on Sunday, I'll recall what a rock and roll lifestyle I'm living.
Great dad
Have
moment,
you not
though.
seen the pictures of me in middle school?
No, but I thought you were cute when you didn't have teeth. Yeah,
shooting the breeze about philosophy.
like you showed those pictures. I've told you that before. It's kind of adorable.
An adult with no teeth,
Kendra,
though.
there's no higher compliment than the one you just got.
True.
Come on.
I thought she has this picture of her with this giant smile, and she's like missing
I've
teeth,
seen
and it's
that
kind of
picture.
like adorable.
I was 19 when I took that. I'm talking about like middle school when I was
Oh,
wearing
I haven't
too
seen those.
Way too much blue eyeliner.
Well, I've not been privy
that's
to
every
your
middle school.
Talk about Jacksonville, blue eyeliner and no teeth. That was me.
Yeah, but I would assume that you were not alone.
Yeah, that's a Jacksonville 8 at that point, right?
That's generous.
Okay.
All right. Dave, go ahead. We are shooting the breeze. It's very intense right now. A lot of people are unveiling things about their past traumas. But you know what? We're all accepting it, and we're all just vibing on it. Nothing, no judgments.
I want to keep it lighthearted. In fact, I'm the guy who emailed you yesterday about having Roach do the shooting the breeze.
Hey, Dave, see how easy it was to dictate what we do on the show? It was just as simple as sending a suggestion.
Fred's open any ideas.
Fred, it's just that you're so in tune with the audience. You're
That's right.
a great man of the people.
Thank you.
So my question, because I always want to be as random as possible, why wasn't Cheap Trick more popular? They're amazing live. So many great bands nowadays were influenced by them, and I'd love it if Adam would chime in as well.
I'm listening to Nikki Sixx's book, The First 21, so you don't have to. Don't the dirt, and then that's all you need. Thank you. I didn't mean to hang up on you. I have thought about that a lot. Cheap Trick are like a perfect pop band.
Yes.
Why? And they had a look. And they had a gimmick.
And they had a frontman who was really good looking and had great
Robin
voice.
Zander.
Yeah.
But I was so little, and they used to scare me, but everything did. Like Kiss scared me. Yeah. You have to understand, I grew up right by the high school, and it was, this is suburban Detroit, very heshery. Lots of, Cream Magazine was down the street. I'm not making that up. Yeah. You'd see Lester Bangs. I knew who he was at 4. Of
course you did.
But I have, and so anyway, so Nikki Sixx talks about how like he wanted to be like Cheap Trick was such a big influence, And I really don't understand. If you listen to Cheap Trick songs, like they all should have been hits.
No, I agree. They were my first favorite band. You know how, like, I mean, maybe not you because your parents owned like 2 records, but like my parents owned a ton of records growing up, and like I had a lot of their music when I was growing up. But like the first band that I kind of quote unquote discovered on my own and went and bought their records and tapes was Cheap Trick. And I listened to them constantly, and I had this exact same thought of like, why weren't they like a huge rock band in like the late 70s and 80s? Because their sound definitely like lined up with that. Like they should. Let me put it to you this way: Cheap Trick should have been Aerosmith. Cheap Trick should have been like that. That should have been their.
I wonder if they were too poppy. But Adam, you say that we're good friends. Can you name one of my parents? Did have records, but they were in the basement, and there was no way to play them. Can you tell me one of the tapes that my mother had?
Okay. See, I want to say Air Supply, but that's the record that.
No, that was the record I bought that made her break down,
right,
and she said, and she started crying about how no one cared about her on Christmas when I gave her that when I was 7.
I do know the story of the tapes. I'm sad to say, Fred, that I can't remember. I want to say one of them is like Gordon Lightfoot.
Well, you're in the right ballpark.
Okay.
Leo Sayer, who I don't even know who that is, and Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits. Because my parents had that vibe.
Yeah. They're Your dad's so relaxed.
My dad, who voted for Nixon as a 20-year-old in New York City in the 1960 election, he was 18.
Huh.
And he voted for Nixon.
First time he could vote for president, he said, I'm backing Nixon, baby.
He goes, you know what? And then he was very much, he loved the Kent. He said, these rioters are out of control at Kent State. He said, put them in their place. But so you know they had the Buffett lifestyle.
Yes, of course. So
anything went.
Yeah.
Were you influenced by Buffett when you were a kid because of the Florida situation?
Yes, we saw him a lot when I was a kid.
Did you like the music?
Love.
See, I don't mind Jimmy Buffett, but let's be honest, his music is terrible.
No, I love it.
Pirate Looks at 40, I like.
That is one of his better songs.
Because you know why? It means something, but you don't like Cheeseburger in Paradise.
I do.
Why?
My brother honeymooned in Key West because we love Jimmy Buffett so much.
Do you know I lived in...
I have a bunch of Jimmy Buffett merch.
Do you know I lived in Little Torch Key?
I do. No, I did not know that.
Out of college, I lived in Little Torch Key.
Margaritaville now?
I don't think they do either, but I collect the Jimmy Buffett tote bags.
You found merchandise with Jimmy Buffett on it?
I have so much of it.
I am drinking Crown Royal and salsa water now.
All right, don't raise your hand because we have to take one last phone call. Josh, this is to you, Rochi. Josh, you have a question for Roach. I think it's very good.
Yes, I love Shooting the Breeze, and I want to ask Dan what he's watching on Netflix these days, and in particular if he's seen the hot show Heated Rivalry.
Yes, I was going to have you play all the things she said.
Don't answer for him. Dan, have you watched Heated Rivalry?
No, not yet.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Show, right?
It's a hockey show about what?
Lovers.
Of what orientation?
Men.
Men who love
each other. What are you trying to get me to say?
So my question was this to John. You like hockey, right? You love sports.
Yeah.
You watch sports shows?
Yeah.
What's keeping you from watching Heated Rivalry?
Watching Homeland right now.
Well, Homeland's old. You could watch it at any point.
My wife and I are into it.
But don't you want to be part of what's going on, part of the zeitgeist, as they say? Heated Rivalry, everyone's talking about it. Is it that you're uncomfortable with the gayness?
No.
Are you a homophobe, Dan?
No, not at all.
Okay, so why, if it's a sports show, you love sports so much? You were asking me for things to watch on the plane.
Maybe I'm watching it on the plane, Frank.
Have you watched
The Traitors, too. That's a good one. I'm watching that right
let's
now.
focus on the gay show.
No, John, don't.
Kendra, have you watched?
Hop on.
Kendra,
I just got nailed with this
I've
last
seen
week.
Heated Rivalry twice.
Okay, are the gay scenes like explicit?
Yes.
Okay, so Dan, you wanted to know what to watch on the plane.
Adam, break.
Dan,
Nicholas!
You wanted to know what to watch on the plane. You put on Heated Rivalry, you get nice explicit gay sex for at least 3 hours of the flight. Wouldn't that be exciting?
Mm-hmm.
If it was about a straight couple, would you have watched it, Dan?
Definitely, Fred. I would have watched it by now.
Your homophobia really
no,
disturbs me.
Shooting the breeze. Shooting the breeze.
Well, you would think almost for your job you'd have to watch Heated Rivalry.
We'll be right back.
Did you even watch Will and Grace, or was that too gay for you there, Papa?
Have you seen it?
I loved
What, Heated Rivalry? No, I don't want to
Okay, then are you a homophobe?
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Thank you, Kendra.
You're welcome.
No, I just want to make Dan uncomfortable.
Exactly.
No, I have no desire to watch Heated Rivalry. You know what I did watch is Billy Eichner, who I'm a huge fan of, made a romantic comedy, and it was from a major studio, and I went, oh, that's a really good idea. Like no one's made like a rated R gay comedy, and I did learn that men can have sex with one of them laying on their back. I didn't know that.
Huh.
How?
Shooting the breeze about philosophy, the Italians, Mark Leckley.
Legs up.
Yeah.
I didn't know. It never occurred to me. Dan, did you ever see that? Did you know that can happen?
How did you not know?
I never really thought about it. I don't enjoy that.
I'm gonna keep my thoughts to myself because I know we have to go to break.
Thank you, Kendra. Keep those thoughts to yourself. And aggregate some emails so you can actually participate in the next segment.
This is a gambling segment.
Well, there's nothing to talk about gambling.
I have.
You're getting
things.
paid. You didn't want to come in?
No, I'm happy to come in.
Yeah, thank you. So, you do have picks?
She has 8 things.
If you got picks, you can give the picks. I didn't know if you had any
we
picks.
can do the email bit and I can do like a rapid.
Well, I
fire.
have to do the email bit because it's
Yeah.
sponsored. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the
I mean, saying her milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
It's better than yours.
Well, I don't know about that. The email segment is powered by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Don't just send an email. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777 or visit gottagetglassman.com. All right, Kendra, let's do the picks first.
Okay. I wasn't prepared to do that, but I can pull them up quickly.
Well, then let's not do the picks
I've got
first.
it. I've got it.
Okay, so you are prepared.
I am.
Has the line moved at all in the Super Bowl?
So yes, it opened and then moved. It opened at 3.5. I have this pulled up right here. It is currently 4.5 across the board. I think it's probably going to close at 4. If I had to guess, I think that's probably what's going to wind up happening.
So jump on it now before it goes to 4, right?
I think it depends what side you like. Like, it doesn't really matter if it's 4.5 or 4. Like, you're going to need that side of the point. But here's what I'm looking at. I am not taking a side in the Super Bowl. I'm pretty much looking at props. I think my biggest play of the entire Super Bowl is going, which is crazy for me to say, is going to be a parlay. I never do parlays. I'm anti-parlay. I don't think you should do that.
Have you gone insane, Kendra?
Yes. But I'm going to go with both quarterbacks to throw an interception. I think that they're both due, and they both, I mean, Drake May's struggle in the postseason's obviously been more of a fumble situation, but this is a big stage, big lights, and the Seattle defense is really good, and they've played a lot of really good defenses throughout the postseason, but I think he's due. So if you parlay that, I think it's minus 144 for Drake to throw an interception and minus 136 for Darnold. So if you parlay it, it's plus 190. I like those odds. It happened last year in last year's Super Bowl. Both quarterbacks threw an interception. I think it's just the fact that it's the big stage, and we know Sam Darnold, the meme of him seeing ghosts, he will turn the ball over at some point. I believe in this game, and he's also due. I think it's been 3 games since he's had an interception. So I think that that's probably going to be my biggest play. I'm also looking at Drake May's over for rushing. I think it was 37.5 last time I looked, which is about 10 yards higher than what it opened at. I did write down his postseason rushing odds. I want to say it was like 45 or something like that has been his average in the postseason against all of these difficult defenses, which I think it's more important to look at his postseason rushing statistics as opposed to the regular season, just because he's been playing tougher defenses and opponents that are the caliber that he will be playing in a Super Bowl. I'm also going to look at over for Austin Hooper receptions, because Seattle isn't great against the tight end, and I think that Hunter Henry's probably going to be getting a lot of attention, so I'm probably going to look at Austin Hooper. His total is half a reception, so he just needs to get one catch.
Plus he's got a touchdown in the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, so
Super Bowl.
For him to get one catch, I think that the price is pretty decent. I think it was like minus 120 or something like that, so I don't hate that. I'm also going to look at a Cooper Kupp anytime touchdown. I expect JSN to probably be doubled. He scored last week. I get that people can argue that it was a revenge touchdown. Coaches probably prioritized him getting in the end zone. But a Cooper Kupp anytime right now is plus 250. So I really like that, especially because Kenneth Walker is obviously just going to be absolutely hammered, so the price isn't going to be great, so you have to kind of look elsewhere if you want any kind of value. And then probably the under 45. Those are probably going to be my bets. I'm waiting to see kind of if lines move or you can get any better value. I think that things are probably stopped and steady where we are right now, so those are probably going to be what I wind up getting to the window on.
Would anyone care to guess, speaking of the Super Bowl, the name of Sam Darnold's grandfather? Now, Sam Darnold, one of his grandfathers, was the Marlboro Man. He was a Marlboro Man for a very long time.
I hope it's Arnold, because that would be funny.
Arnold Darnold?
Arnold
That's right.
Darnold.
That's right.
No, his name, it could fill in for a porn star. His real name, this is his birth name. This is not a joke. And
I heard this
I
story
Googled it
this week, and I can't remember what it is.
Dan, would you like to guess?
No.
His last name is Hammer. Would you like to guess his first name? No. His name is Richard Bernard Hammer. What did he go by? What did he go by?
Ricky?
Nope. His name was Richard Bernard Hammer, but if his Wikipedia name is his legal name.
You're making him nervous after the heated rivalry talk.
Well, that's the idea.
It's great to have Kendra.
Dan, what was his name? If his name was Richard Bernard Hammer, what did he prefer to be called?
Bernie.
No, it does not involve his middle name. Let's just say his name was Richard Hammer. What did he call himself?
Richie.
He lived from, we already went over, no. 1930 to 1999, he was the Marlboro Man. He only lived to be 69, which is apropos with his name.
He did not. Did he really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
man.
He was 69 when he died. He might have been 68, but by years,
That's how
he
you
would have
round
been
up. You're
69.
good. No, I get it.
What was his nickname, Dan? Not his nickname. I shouldn't even say. His Wikipedia name is this. This is Richard Hammer. His name was
I don't
what?
know.
What? Richard.
Ricky.
Richie. Finish it.
Darnold.
No. His last name was Hammer.
Oh.
His name was Dick Hammer.
Oh, okay.
Nailed it.
Did you know that?
I have emails for once, Fred.
We do. We have one email that we want to play. You have it? 12?
Yeah, you can read the email.
Okay.
I have the audio, and then I have another email to share.
This is from Brian from Vermont, Fred. You should have Ryan dig up the audio Rochi did when he was filling in before this new show started. Over the song George used in Seinfeld for his answering machine, some of his best work. And Ryan...
Believe it or not. Believe it or not, I'm talking on air with my best friend, Freddie T. The Eagle is here, Lockhart, Nick, and O.B. What could it be? Toucher and Roach, how about me?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it was good.
That was good stuff. Yeah. Dan's very talented. Dan comes in very well prepared as well.
Dan was calling me last week about this week's shows. Like, that's how prepared Dan
Some
is.
thoughts, early thoughts.
like it.
And he put up together the game to defend the honor of Phil Perry.
2 games this week he came up with. Dan, this is an email for you. You need to ask Rochi about bringing his son-in-law for his first time to Disney. Frank played for me at Tufts and is the head football coach at Arlington High School. That's from Jay Savetti, head football coach at Tufts.
Jay's a good guy. And Frank, my new son-in-law, is coming with us down to Disney for a couple days.
What's your favorite park?
Me?
Yeah.
I like them all. I like the Magic
You
Kingdom.
really are
The
Beetlejuice.
best.
What's your favorite part? Me?
What do you mean?
Have you ever had the pretzel that's stuffed with cream cheese?
No.
Spell green.
Oh,
I
it's
like
so good.
the whip, the Dole
The
whip.
pineapple whip?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that just
a
Animal
favorite.
Kingdom?
Magic Kingdom.
Oh, they have it at Magic Kingdom too? I know
Yes.
they have it at Animal Kingdom. But yeah, that stuff goes
like that a
crazy.
lot.
Yeah.
Does it bother you, the cruelty of the animals, the way they're treated
Wait.
in Animal Kingdom?
I don't think about it.
Wait, have you done my favorite ride? I don't know if you've done it. The laugh floor.
Oh.
It's the best.
Mike and Sully?
Yes, it's the one where you go in and they make fun
Yes.
of the crowd. It's a great way to just cool off, get off your feet for a few minutes, and everybody makes fun of you. Oh, it's so good. It's
It
the
is
best.
good.
It's the best
And
one.
You can write jokes.
Is
down
it-
and stuff
Yes.
like
You're such a hater.
that. I know. Would you like to go see a nice concert at Epcot with the?
What is your deal with me
wine
in
festival?
concerts?
You
I
would
have done that, and I got up and I Hulu'd.
And how was it?
And my ex-wife, when we were married, she actually found you could swear to God, she will still show this to the kids. I got up and she thought I was going to be all stiff, and I did it. I played along, and she got all aroused by it. She you could call her right now. She'd say it on the air, even though we're divorced. Like this was like.
And see what happens.
Very
when you go
sexual
Disney?
to her,
Romance
like that. I
breaks
went
out?
up and I did that to her. She
Maybe
found
you
it
should
like
have gone to Disney more.
wildly. I'm not joking. She found it like wildly arousing that I did that, and it was like I did nothing, but they require you to move your hips, which she did not see often.
Yeah.
So I was doing that.
All
right. So does it impress you that Kendra went to Disney every day in high school? Is that like a dream?
Friday.
Every Friday.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said every day.
No, every Friday.
Every Friday. And how far a drive was that?
Like
Hour and a
2
half?
hours. Yeah, not even. Once you I would say 2 hours door to park.
Because it's like an hour from Orlando.
No, it's not that far.
Oh, really? What's the time zone of Detroit? I mean, I went to college in Winter Park. I know how far Disney is.
I
from
did
there.
that drive every single week.
No, I'm not saying from Jacksonville. I don't have any idea how far it is from Jacksonville. I'm saying from Orlando. At least it was an hour from Winter Park. I mean, but I-4, that you get some traffic on there, Kendra.
Yeah.
And Kissimmee's no place for the week. You ever hang out in Kissimmee?
Just at Disney.
Okay,
That girl did get eaten by an alligator in Kissimmee a couple years ago, though.
Have you ever been to Gatorland?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I love reptiles. They're my favorite.
You know who loved Gatorland?
Who?
Zoe. Last
Of course
year.
she did.
She was a big fan of where they give you a popsicle stick with birdseed on it.
If my spider has babies, does she want some?
No.
If she likes that kind of stuff?
No.
Well,
no.
I'll text her and ask her about it.
You feel free. If she would like your spider, she may have them. I'd be very surprised. She might try to impress you, though, by saying yes, and then you'd really be forcing them on her. All right. Kendra Middleton, how do people get in touch with you if they want to know everything that you're up to out and about in town?
You can follow me at Kendra Middleton pretty much everywhere. Yeah.
Because you got that back. You got
I did.
what's yours.
Yes, I did. And I will be at Dick's Sporting Goods tomorrow with Ty Law, so come out and hang out.
Which Dick's Sporting Goods?
The one over in Copley.
The Dick's Sporting Goods in Copley with Hall of Famer Ty Law. Just in time for the Super Bowl. Thank you, Kendra.
Yeah, love you guys. See ya. Have a good weekend.
All right, Kendra, thank you so much. Dan is texting during the show, not so great message, showing a kind of indifference. But nonetheless, we move on, and we will take this ship to shore for the week. We'll say goodbye to Dan and wish him safe travels as he goes to San Francisco for the Super Bowl. We will be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines presented. possibly have missed from the show. It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
All right, The Stack is brought to you by New England's largest Volkswagen dealer group, Colonial VW, located in Medford, Wellesley, and Westboro. Come see the amazing finance and lease officer. I went one day without doing that. I apologize to Colonial VW, but you're getting longer reads. Come see the amazing finance and lease officer. Jesus Christ.
Is it written that way?
No, it's not.
John
no,
did it too.
It's.
I'm not joking.
I
John
don't
did
know
it
why
on
I want to say officer so bad. Come see the amazing finance and lease offers happening every day at colonialvw.com. Yes, you can have it all at Colonial, and it's not anything on my mind either. It's like nothing that I'm thinking about. It's just so odd that I do that every single time. All right. What's this? Bob, go ahead.
Hi, guys. I have an image of Rochi. It was the Super Bowl Atlanta comeback. He's on the field doing a live shot for WBZ. Christian Fourier comes in, 3 sheets to the wind, interrupts the broadcast. Rochi shoots in this look like, "You're my child. I'm going to chide you." Looks at him horrifically and then says, "We're trying to do a live feed here. Could you just relax?" And then Fourier scampers off. But every time I see Rochi, that's the image I have of him.
And I'm sure I was serious with Christian too.
No, that's actually kind of an interesting story. Do you remember?
I don't recall that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, the Patriots, a lot of Super Bowls.
It is crazy. Putting them all together, remembering them.
Yeah, it's like I get all lost in them. I remember the city that I was in because either it was a fine experience or it was a terrible experience. Yes. So either way, but you were off to San Francisco.
Yes, tomorrow morning.
Now you're gone for a long time.
Yeah, it's like 9 days.
Now, because you're leaving tomorrow morning, when do you start working?
I think either tomorrow night we'll do the 6 and the 11, and then definitely part of the send-off rally. Steve and I will be out in there.
And this is on where can people watch this?
WBZ TV, Channel 4. Patriots All Access tonight. I sit down with Christian Gonzalez.
Oh.
Sights and sounds from the AFC Championship game out of Denver. Some good behind-the-scenes stuff. So we'll have fun. Zoe's a part of it. Still, we'll sit down with Vrabel, and he's got some plays that'll do as well. So
he wouldn't say Dick Hammer. We were talking about off the air. He's out of it. He's very upset.
Yeah.
He's very upset at me. This time he's holding a grudge. So, it's a lot of work. You were saying,
yeah,
it's a lot of work out there.
Yeah, but it's fun. I mean, when the game happens, that's what you're excited about. Finally, when it comes to
and you get to be in the building for the game,
yeah,
which is something that John and I were not allowed to do, which is almost impossible for people to understand. Is they'll go like, "What do you mean you didn't like being at the Super Bowl? Wasn't it fun?" And I'm like, "Your mic's not on. I don't know why." Yeah, it's up on my board. Oh, here.
No, there we go. No,
it's like people are like, no, you don't seem to understand.
Right.
We were at Mall of America for 5 days,
and then we have to leave Friday morning.
Well, that's I prefer that.
No,
than
but
sticking around.
That's the question. Did you go? No, we're usually at the airport Friday at noon local time. Yeah. That's how it works. Now, is it easy getting out of town of a Super Bowl city Friday at noon? Hell yes, it's easy. We've told the story many, many times about that trip back from Indianapolis where you were alone in first class on that trip back.
Yeah, so, Dan, we're checking in to leave out of Indianapolis, and I'm like, I got upgraded to first class, and I'm kidding around, but I'm like, hey, guys, check it out. I'm in first class. Oh, I'll be getting on the plane now. I'm in first class. The plane, no joke, was me, the two of us, and 2 other people.
Really?
I was the only person in first class, and everyone else had their own row. So I was in first class, but I was drinking at the time, and you get free drinks. So, I had that going
for me. Lots of food. It must have been a fun ride.
But it was a puddle jumper, really.
That's right. There wasn't a lot you never go. You always see the ground when you're flying from Indy.
But you know what? Maybe I got those great biscuits that I made fun of you for giving me. Well, I didn't make fun of you. I did think that the flight attendant, might have been flirting with you.
Really?
She gave you I actually talked about this with someone yesterday, and they agreed that she was flirting with you.
Oh.
She gave Roach a carton of those biscuits when he said he liked them. That's not something that would happen to me.
That's not something that would happen to anybody.
2 of our photographers, Just got on a flight. Mike Townsend and Terry McNamara, and they sent me this.
Oh, they remembered him.
Yeah.
So real quick, this will take 2 seconds. One time I'm flying from Pittsburgh with Crash and this other guy. We get waylaid into Cincinnati airport. Anyway, we get on the plane to Cincinnati. We weren't supposed to be on that flight, so we're all in different seats. All of a sudden I hear, halfway through the flight, da-da-da-da-da. It's Crash pushing the beverage cart. The flight attendants all knew him, and they let him push the This is pre-9/11.
Yes.
They let Crash push the beverage cart, and then he just got to me and just took a handful of liquor and threw it at me.
Nice. Sounds right.
Yeah, it was a little more fun back then.
Yeah.
All right, Danny, awesome job as always. And safe travels to San Francisco. Have a good time.
You too, Zoe. Safe travels this weekend.
Yep.
Everyone watch WBZ. That is the place to find all your coverage on television. Yep. As Danny and Scotty Z will be there.
Sports. I'll be on that 3 times this week.
Great. You can plug it on your show.